What did you say? And
Okay.
good morning and welcome to the January 5th, 2024 special board meeting of the Denton School District Board of Education. The time is 9:10. Please be advised that a recording or broadcast of this meeting is being made at the direction of the board. Clerk Louise, please take roll.
Board Member Myra Angiana.
Present.
Board Member Lucy Martinez Lara is not present. Board Member Leslie Abel is present. President Laura Trutman.
Present.
And I myself, Shelley Louise, am present.
Item 1.2, Pledge of Allegiance. Would anyone like to lead the Pledge of Allegiance?
I'll lead. Please rise and place the flag. Right hand over your heart. Ready? Begin.
I
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Item 1.3, adopt agenda. Are there any changes to the agenda? Are there any board requests to change the agenda? Do I have a motion and a second to adopt the agenda as posted? I second. I have a motion from trustee Novales and a second from trustee Andiano. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay. Hearing none, motion passes with a 4-0 vote. Item 1, opportunity for community comments. Did we receive any community comments?
No.
Item 2, open session, special board meeting, board governance training.
Do you want to frame this or do you want to start?
Yes.
Okay.
Go ahead.
So greetings, everyone. My name is Terrence Davis, Superintendent for Ada Unified. And this is being recorded. It is an open session meeting. And so the governance team board has been talking about continuing professional learning as an organization. Because any organization, the key is how we continue to learn. And there's been a lot of conversations. We've had some handbook review. We've had some Brown Act training last year. And in our discussions, it was like, how do we keep moving forward to the next step of building district and school leadership? And so in our conversations that we reported to the public several times, this is just the next step in our attempt to have ongoing professional learning for the board and for the governance team. And so we reached out to actually several groups to find out who could support us. And actually Franklin Covey is involved in education. Of a lot of folks doing a lot of great things for education throughout the country, if not the world. And so we were able to get in contact with Dr. Marty Schaefer. He's here with us this morning to assist us in facilitating one of the first steps in how we build district and school leadership. And one of the things that I really was struck by in the conversations, I know past President Anguiano was on those calls as well, is we have CSBA, which is the California School Boards Association in California, which provides support for board members about procedure, process, rules, the Brown Act, how we engage. And one of the things, and you can clarify this, Dr. Schaefer, when you get there, is Franklin Covey is looking at how you build a cohesive team as a governance team. So it's working together for the benefit of our students in the community. And so this is kind of one of our first steps. And so today we'll be here to about 2 o'clock to talk about how we build a cohesive team. So with that said, Dr. Schaefer.
Thank you very much. And I'm very appreciative of getting to be here, and I'll share with you that I have been working with school boards. I was a school board member for 18 years. I was a president for 8 of those 18 years. And in our school district, we have one of the most, they call it one of the most difficult school districts in Washington because we're the most socioeconomic and ethnic diverse city in Washington. That being said, what that really means is that we have 60 languages in our school district. We're 33% military students, and so there's a lot of transition going on. We were 6% homeless students, and so that is, when you take 6% times 12,000 students, you see those dynamics of how hard that is to really put your arm around each and every child, right? We were 32% Latino Hispanic, and then we were about 30% Caucasian and about 22% multi-ethnic. So we were a really amazing diversity. We were also 16% special needs students. We're the highest in the United States. And I mentioned this because you put all these dynamics together, it's really hard to create a cohesive team in that. It's very hard to represent each and every voice, right? And so when I first got on the school board, what had happened is I moved back to Washington after being in Florida for a few years. And I was asked to fill a vacancy on the school board. He said, it'll be 18 months. Would you please do this? I said, I can do that for 18 months. And 18 years later, I would go completely because this is what happened. When I first got on the school board, we were at 63% graduation rate. And a graduation rate isn't everything, but it's an indicator of certain things, right? And when I got off, we were 89.9%. We didn't quite hit 90, but we made progress, and that's why I stayed. It's just that simple. When you see yourself making a difference in your community, and my undergraduate degree was in urban planning as my first degree, you really want to keep that momentum moving. But for the first several years, we did not make progress. I just want to share with you what our pilgrimage was. There came a point when the board asked me to be president after about 6 years, because we were doing rotations and different things. And I said, I'm willing to do that, but I sense that we need to make a decision collectively that we want to do something great, because right now we're not making a difference for our students' lives. And I have a wife who's a teacher. I have 3 daughters who are in the school district. And by the way, 2 of them are now teaching in the district. One of them works for HR for a humanitarian nonprofit. But anyway, very vested in the district, wanting to make that difference. And we just quite weren't doing it. And so I said, I think we're just going to have to all come together at a level that we haven't. We're going to have to go to the next level. And for that, we're going to want to have to be a great board. And so our board sat there and said, well, what does great look like? And from that, because I have an undergraduate degree in urban planning, I also have a doctorate in leadership. So I write frameworks is what I do. I started writing frameworks on what great looks like. So today, when we talk about great boards, I'm sharing with you 18 years of what we learned, that if you want to move from, making it through to making a difference, you're going to have to go this way. And that'll be our conversation. And oh, by the way, it's content that comes alive when we collaborate around it. The content itself won't make a difference for Brandy. I mean, it's great content. I really believe that. And I've been asked to write a book on it. I'm in the process of that right now. The content doesn't move the heart of a student or a teacher or a community member. It's us collaborating and living it that makes the difference. And so today, as we're wrestling and enjoying and leaning into this content, I hope we'll really be collaborative, because that's what will make it work. Are we good with that? So that's the concept behind it. If you have any questions on my background, feel free to ask as we go. We'll have opportunities to get to know each other. I would share outside of my background, I'm the 3rd child of 7 kids. And there's some benefits to that. Part of the benefit of it is that I am really low maintenance. So my parents forgot me a few times and stuff like that. I mean, you have 7 kids, it's hard to keep tabs of everybody. It just was. And so being in the middle, also, I was a person who was able to go to the older kids and say, this is how we need you to work with the younger kids. Kind of, you're that mediator, negotiator, middle child of a large family. So I think there's some benefits in that. But one of the not so great benefits of it is that we come from a large family like mine. We don't even know what it means to interrupt people. That's just a normal way of conversation, all right? And so I want you to interrupt me, interject. It's because I just see it as conversing, I really do. Also, I will acknowledge that as the facilitator, if you're interrupting all the time and other people aren't given the space to speak, then I'll be the 3rd child of 7 kids and mediate and say, we need to hear from other people, because we want to be inclusive, right? You have to hear from the whole family. And I share with people, one of my greatest life lessons ever came from my mom. And we would go out for dinner once a month. It would be like a big family thing. And so we had a 40 Econoline van and a set that I remember this so well, but we'd pack all 7 kids in there, my mom and stepdad get in there, and we get in the van. Okay, where do we want to go? I mean, and it was inexpensive places that we went. It's just part of what our family was. And then you would hear, I want this, I want Burger-Dilly, I want, and go to all these different options. And at some point, my mom would just say, look, we're all not going to get what we want. Well, let's not ruin the evening. And she literally said, when we get there, I need to know that you guys aren't going to mope because you didn't get your choice. In other words, don't ruin the meal for the rest of us because we went to Burger-Dilly when you wanted to go to all-you-can-eat Chinese, right? That is so valuable. Because being on a board, we don't always get our way, but if we get to share our voice and we know that there's another vote coming, another turn, another opportunity, that's what keeps the team together. But if today, if we say some things that are hard for you to hear, we probably will. Hopefully we all hear some things that are a little bit hard. Lean into it. Don't mope. Don't get mad. Don't shut down. Ask a question. Let's talk about it. Let's be team. In my case, it was family. But in this case, let's be a team. Because what I'm asking you to do is move from this thing called a committee of a board to being a team. And so that's kind of the infrastructure that we're trying to build. It's called organic. And when you build something that's organic, it's different than just an organizational strategy, right? All right. Any comments on that before we go on? Would anybody please interrupt me just to show that you know how to do it?
Okay, I came from a large family, I can interrupt. Just one question that came to my mind and something that I want to be thinking about as you go along. Because I'm new on the board, one of my questions is, how do we collaborate around the Brown Act? Because I hear a lot of collaboration, and I find it a little bit, I'm in a little bit of a quandary.
Right.
You know, like when you're talking about what does great look like, to me, it's what does collaborate look like? When we have the Brown Act, you know, we want to do things right, but I think that I see it as a lot of secrecy, you know, Jews and this and that, because we can't, not because people want to do that necessarily,
Right.
but I just, because we are so concerned about the Brown Act, and, you know, maybe I'm not understanding the Brown Act right, but I would like to be able to kind of break through that you know, because I think all of us are really good at collaborating, you know, given the chance to do that, and I think it's that fun. So this is just something I wanted to see, since you allowed us to interrupt,
yeah.
I might ask the question that they have, you know.
So Leslie, what we're gonna do then is, and this is a great learning opportunity, we call it a parking lot, you probably already utilize that. But a parking lot is making sure that we address a particular issue at the time that's going to be in the best interest of all. We are actually going to address that in number 2, which is the shared vision around student success, and that'll be before lunch. But I'm still writing it down to make sure that we've addressed it to a level that makes sense to you. There's about 3 slides on this concept, so I think we're going to hit it. But if that's okay, we'll just put the parking lot.
I might not be the only person, I don't know, I'm just, you know, I might not be the only person.
And sometimes we just don't even know what we don't know, but as we begin to discuss it, we learn more about it. And it's very difficult to have meetings in public, and that's part of what we're going to be on today too. This is a retreat, this is in public. We want to learn to be as real as we can while being aware of our audience. And here's the danger of it, is that sometimes we say things in a public meeting as if they're dogmatic, or that's where we're at, or this is our direction. It confuses the community. Just because one person says something doesn't mean that that's true for the board nor the district. Just because I say something doesn't mean I feel that way 6 months from now, right? And so we need to be very careful. That's why being a cohesive team that knows how to have a meaningful conversation is critical to moving from board to team. You'll see it. But thank you for that. And there will be times, President, when I'll ask permission to be the facilitator, because sometimes I see where it can be confusing to the public or others, and so I'll just say, would you please allow me to step in as facilitator, because this is my portion of the training.
Great.
Yeah, and if you ever feel like you want to call me out in that position, no.
Same that count, girl.
There you go, be shy.
No,
No, be shy.
but
Mr. David.
and it needs to happen. It really does. Because if we talk about important things, we're going to get close to the edge. And when we're close to that edge, it's okay when we're building boundaries that are organic, but we don't want to inadvertently push people off edges, right? And so that's part of the dynamics. And the Brown Act is there to help make sure that the public is able to understand who we are and where we're going with transparency. The difficulty of it is not everybody hears transparency as they're collaborating. A lot of times they hear that as their direct. And so that's what we work towards. Thank you for asking the question. So here's a concept that as we go through this, the goal is that we're able to have trust. That's my number one, understanding of what makes a true team. So if you don't trust each other, you don't have a team. You have a committee where you're trying to have consensus and compromise. And there's a difference between consensus and compromise. It's really it feels political to me. And I know politics are never going to hit some of this stuff. But people, there's no substitution for conviction. And I'm asking us to operate out of our convictions today, not out of trying to create compromises or make consensus. You know, I never wanted to have somebody say, well, I'm making a concession to like you today. I mean, come on. Seriously, sometimes that doesn't feel like team. That feels like a power move. And so when you have trust, it's, you know what, I don't think I like what you just said. Can we talk about that more? I don't understand that. That's what leads us to trust. What we don't want to do today is walk away without an opportunity to say, can I ask you some further clarifying questions around that? But I don't want us to do. If you're going to build with trust, you can't make an accusation. So I'm asking, I'm looking at each one of you eyeball to eyeball right now, but I'm asking you to accuse no one of anything today. If ask a question, don't accuse. When you're making an accusation, that means you already believe that it's this. A question means you're wondering if it or what it is. It's a completely different mindset. And so trust comes out of questions. And we want to be able to build that, right? So that's the main thing, and that's called collaborative problem solving, is that we're actually seeing ourselves as a group of people who are here to problem solve. That's an amazing, important responsibility. And I spent time yesterday, I drove all around their community again. I always do that when I come out, just because I want to feel for it and see what it's like. It's a unique community. There were some areas that felt a little rough to me. And I grew up in Houston, Texas for 13 years. I lived in the 3rd ward in Houston. And I was the only student of non-color in the elementary school I went to. And so I'm just saying, I've seen some stuff that's a little bit rough. I saw some stuff that felt a little rough in the community. So not everybody has it real easy here. I can tell if you're looking with eyes to see, you can see not everybody has it real easy. I saw some other areas that looked, more enjoyable. I saw some stuff that looked old, some stuff that looked brand new, some stuff that looked dated a little bit. It was interesting to see your community, especially from an urban planning perspective. What that tells you is you've got diversity. You've got different people, different types of folks, and that's a beautiful thing when they can come together. So we're going to learn, how can we really collaborate? And at some point, what you do here as a board of friends opens the door for collaboration in the community. And I can tell you again, I have the data in the United States right now. If you ask in a poll, what do you identify with the most as community in the city that you live in? They still say schools. They still say my school is the hub of the community. Now, if we'll just think on that for a moment, if you were able to look at Banning or whatever and say, what is the hub of this community? Do you think you're possibly going to come up with that same answer that the majority of Americans did?
That's one thing they have in common, besides everyone's together is common school.
Exactly, yeah. That's where we meet, that's where we interact, that's where we have our friends, that's where we have our learning. Our safety for a lot of folks is at that school. That's where they feel safe. And so communities are the hub. So I mention this because I'm excited. I feel like sometimes I'm more excited than anybody to be a part of these retreats because I still want to make the world a better place. And I believe that education is one of the best avenues for that. And I'm looking around now, looking left, looking right. This is as good as it gets, folks, right here in this room. And you're doing something for students in this community, for them and for future generations. What an exciting position that you have, and it's difficult. So in that, I'm just saying we want to model some stuff. Model collaboration, be open, be inclusive. Learn together, right? What we don't want to do is the opposite of collaborate, and that is to be combative. So you can either co-labor or you can combat. And combative is not very fun. I write things black and white like that, so that's probably an oversimplification. But if we're not collaborating, what are we doing? We're competing to get our way. So we're actually in a combative position, not in a collaborative one. All right, that's the landscape. I'm now going to ask, and again, if I ask you to do something that is really easy for you to say, no, thank you, it doesn't hurt my feelings. It just doesn't. But yeah, just so you know. But I'm not going to ask you to take any illegal drugs under Ronald Reagan's movement. Just say no. But anyway, can I ask somebody to read the statement below that begins with "Do we know?" Thank you.
Do we know what a great board looks like and the impact they could have on our students, the schools, and our community?
That's the question I'm hoping we address today. And now if we could, I don't know if you would just read it, we could just read it again.
The same sentence. And do we know what a great board looks like, the impact it could have on our students, schools, and our community?
When I got on the board, I didn't know the answer to that. It was interesting. I just got on to fill somebody's position for 18 months. I didn't even know what I was doing. I got on the board and it was like, oh my goodness, what did I sign up for? Literally, I thought this is crazy. I thought it was going to be something like you get to allocate a resource. You know, you get to do urban planning things. It was so good. There's so many agendas and moving targets and all this stuff. And finally, a little bit into it, I asked myself this question. That's why I wrote it down. And that's why I said to our board, do we know? Because if we don't, we're not going to be great until we know. And then once you know what you think it means, it's going to be create collaborative problem solvers. That's it. That's the answer. Do you know what happens when you create a space for collaborative problem solving? Everything moves in the right direction. That's the answer. That's what you're going to need to do. How you get there is build a cohesive team. But this is what you have to walk through. Now, can I ask, Shelley, would you read the first statement amidst?
Amidst the whirlwind associated with financial uncertainties, difficult social and political environments, and the ongoing impacts of the pandemic, we must ask ourselves.
So we ask that question first, it feels good. Then you start thinking, wait, what is the landscape that's coming against it? So we may know what we really want to do, but I'm just acknowledging there's things that work against what we really want to do. And so again, if you look at it, we're still facing difficulties from the pandemic. It was so much harder than people understood. For me, I grew up. I grew up in this area where they were minimizing the pandemic. And it even started in Washington. We were the epicenter of it in the retirement community for the United States, right about 43 miles from Lakewood where I live. And people were saying it's just not real. And so we weren't taking it as serious as at the beginning. That was just part of the growing pains that we had. And then a few months later, one of my closest friends, 56-year-old, died from COVID. He had 3 children, and now his son's coming to me and saying, I don't even know how to drive a car. Can you help me learn how to drive a car? And so it became very real to me at that moment. And now, as I'm still working with schools across really the United States and the world, because we work with schools in Canada and the Philippines and other places as well, everywhere around the world's wrestling with ongoing impact. It hasn't gone away. There's learning recovery, learning loss. There's social emotional trauma that was associated with it. In our school district, there were a lot of students when we had to close schools down and do it virtually. They had no adult care in there, so they were, they were sisters trying to make the most of it. But anyway, that's all hard stuff. It's still there's a residue of it in our sense. And the financial uncertainties are the new thing right now. That it's very difficult to tell where we're going to be at economically as a country and certainly as it impacts education. And so now you have to be you have to be so clear to make projections in the next 2 to 3 years because of financial things. So you need professional people that really understand that. So thank you, superintendents. That's what we rely on. Political environments, I can tell you right now, since it doesn't matter where you stand politically, the truth is that the political ring has never been more charged than it is right now. It's politically charged. When I first got on the board, they asked me this, they said, can you be nonpartisan? I said, absolutely. And nobody, all those years that I was on the board, nobody knew what I was. And of course, in Washington, you get to vote on both sides anyway. So I can be both, but it wasn't an issue. Now it's one of the first questions. It's not nonpartisan. It's not even, can you be bipartisan? It's almost like, I want to get my way. Are you red? Are you blue? And what can you do? I mean, there's a lot of that. And I hope that you're not experiencing that here, but I'm grateful for it when you're not. But just be aware that some of the pressures put on school boards has to do with political agendas, not educational agendas. We just want to be aware of that. Then the other thing is, and it's not on this list, 'cause there's just new, but AI is starting to have an impact on education. And so we're gonna need to lean into the professional to help us know how to, navigate that. So those are the things that being said, what I'd like to say, if that's the landscape, and it is, let's go back for one moment. Did I miss anything in that amidst the financial uncertainties, ongoing impact of the pandemic? We talked about some political charged environment, but there's also social racial agendas out there that we need to be able to navigate as well. And so that's all out there. And it does sometimes to me feel like a whirlwind. And what I want to do is make sure I'm not looking at the whirlwind, I'm looking at what can we do as a board to make a difference for our students. That's what I have to work at, but I have to be aware that that landscape's there. So therefore, we take it very serious about how we move the right things forward. So that's our overview of what we're looking at. Now we're going to look at what can we do amidst that. And then my understanding is that you are Lucy. Yes, good morning. My name is Martin Schaefer. Very nice to meet you. Good morning. Yeah, thank you. So what I would suggest to you is that life can be a whirlwind, and usually on most days you're going to have some level of it. It just is. And I love hearing you Laura talk about trying to juggle those things this morning to actually get them all in place. That's every day for us. And if you, I enjoy talking with Leslie and Shelley a little bit, who've been in the classroom, whirlwind, and you have, it's ongoing. And so you're just navigating your way through the whirlwind. That's what we do. Here's 3 areas that I believe will get us through the whirlwind today. Number 1 is if you'll just take a deep breath and recenter on the fact that we're coming together in a safe space, right? And what that means is that the people in this room, every person in this room is a human being. They're not a Democrat or a Republican. They're not this or that. They're a human being. And as human beings, we have an opportunity to connect with them in a very real way. And so it's wonderful to see that and to know that each human here has a voice, life experiences, expertise that you bring to this team. So would you just take a minute and look around and see each person in the room as a human? Just kind of give them that look that says, I see you. I see you. Okay. It's good to be seen, friends. It is so good to be seen. So that's the first thing we want to do. And where I kind of, as board chair, when I opened the meetings, I love the way that we opened today. You did it exactly correct, and it was nice to do the pledge as well, wonderfully done. But in that, and as you first did, it's almost like going to take a breath and go, wow, we're here meeting together as real human beings for this real community today. And so in urban planning, they'll tell you the very first thing is you got to see the community before you can build the community. You can't build a community you can't see. So we got to see each other. Number 2 is I'm asking you to be present to this moment. For most of us, my wife's around Banning, Palm Springs or something today, shopping somehow, we're doing something. But I'm not going to be thinking on her and what she may or may not be doing. I need to be present to this moment. I've taken my phone and I've put it on stun or whatever you call it. What do you call it?
Silence.
Silence, thank you. My mind wasn't working. Yes, stun's wrong. But anyway, because everything in that whirlwind is going to be there at 2 p.m. when we're done. It's going on right now. It's going to be there. What we don't want to do is be trapped in the whirlwind when we're trying to come up with solutions to get it through it, right? Set it aside and let's just be present to this moment. And then some of us as board members, we've had past experiences with school boards, with schools, with each other that may have been enjoyable or not enjoyable. Somewhere it's on that scale. And I'm asking you to put that aside too, to be present to this moment, to today, to come together as a community. So you just get to put that aside. Are you going to let that keep us from enjoying each other as a human and building a team? I'm asking you to be present this moment by saying, you know what, I'm putting that aside. It's okay. I want to be present to this moment and looking at it with new, fresh eyes. Are we good with that? Can we all agree to it? And then I'm going to ask you the same thing I asked my board. Can we do something great today? If we're going to be here till 2 p.m., can we say that we're aiming for great, we ain't aiming to get through. In fact, I would share with you, because at the end I'll ask if you have an idea. And if we get moved towards greatness, I'm just acknowledging I'll be disappointed. I won't quit, I won't give up or anything, but I'll be disappointed because I spent time driving around your community yesterday, and your community needs you. I think you need great. All of us, we all need that, right? Is that our commitment? All right, let the fun begin. Directors, trustees, members, boards, I call it team. People have so many different things. It's amazing when I work across the planet with board members. Some of them, if you're on the East Coast and you don't call them a trustee, they are offended. I am a trustee. Okay, great. But you know, I'm hoping that whatever it is that we call ourselves, that collectively we see ourselves as a team. Because you are on a board. Board equals team. Board doesn't equal unilateral decision maker. Board equals collaborative problem solver. You didn't get elected or appointed to be an individual decision maker. Am I in the right room? Come on, this is so important. As a board, you're actually saying, I'm not trying to push an agenda. I'm not trying to represent an individual thing. I'm actually here to collaborate. That's what boards do. So there's a difference between being elected into a political office where you're representing something to try to do a specific thing. That's different than being on a board. The board is saying we've got to collaborate. And so that's not for everybody. And it's amazing, those 18 years I was on the board, several of them. I mean, we had military leaders because we are next to Joint Base Lewis McCoy, is the second largest military base in the United States. 120,000 troops, you know, on that military base right next to our city of only 70,000 people. So it's, again, unique dynamics. But we'd have these military guys and gals, and they came in and they were this. In a very short period of time, they left the board because they didn't like not having to go that way. They would say jump, and not everybody would say how high. It's a jump, and people roll. Why would you want us to jump? Where are we jumping to? How do we get everybody to jump to that? You know, they're asking collaborative questions, right? And so again, you're on a board. The community's putting their faith in you to collaborate and come up with a better outcome than what you could as an individual. So I'm just asking you to lean into that, and I'd like to hear your comments on that at this point. So each one of us, I'd like us to share on your thoughts on what it really means. And this is an old adage that I've heard, that we've all heard, but in a sense, what I'm talking about, collaborating versus making the rest of us see your decision, that your predetermined decision. It's a slower process, because guess what? Your idea may be the best one. It may not be, but your idea may even get better once the rest of us wrestle with it. Or it might not be time for your idea, right? You may be ahead or you may be behind. So what are your thoughts on this old adage? And then, Lucy, would you mind reading the adage up there in the blue box where it says go fast?
Go fast, go alone, go far, go together.
All right, what are y'all's thoughts?
Mr. Davis?
She's being inclusive. She's not deflecting, she's being inclusive.
She's good at that.
You know what, I like that. Superintendent Davis, can you see the value of slowing down and speed up?
You know, what's interesting is that, you know, being part of a different district for 8 years at an executive level, and then coming here, I've changed my mindset. My mindset has changed around this thought. Because in order to, in the whirlwind that happens every day, in order to move things, you do have to go slower. And it's challenging because everyone wants something different and they want it now. And so given that, that only happens by a team, it's not one person. And so I've, I guess in the past year or so, I've tried to embody that. I'm trying to have that be my compass.
You know, it's interesting, and I really appreciate you asking him, because it moves in the right direction. So I'm a data person, or data person, however you want to say it, being an urban planning graduate, so you can appreciate everything's supposed to be data driven, and yet you also take projections and you understand how data can be manipulated. Right? But here's a data point that's very important. The average tenure of a superintendent in the United States is 2 years and 8 months. 2 years and 8 months, that's how long of a tenure the current position is. What's interesting on that is it's really the same whether it's a small, medium, or large district. Isn't that fascinating? And so put that aside for a moment, and we'll give you another interesting data point is that Franklin Covey, again, we are one of the leaders on the planet in change management, human behavior, and leadership development. That's what we do. We have a lot of amazing data that's very helpful over 30-something years. So when that book came out, like Speed of Trust, that's Franklin Covey, right? Or the 7 Habits of Highly Effective People, that's Franklin Covey. So we've been in leadership a long time. We have a lot of data points, and we work with Fortune 100, 500 companies in the United States, military, nonprofits, corporate America, of course, on many different levels, and then education as well. And here's an interesting reality across those 5 genres of different leadership change management opportunities. It takes 3 years to create systemic change in each one of them. It doesn't matter which one you're in. You cannot create a systemic change in an organization until you have about 30 years. Year 1 is what they call the honeymoon period or the landscape period. That's where you come in and you're looking and you're saying, what's really going on here? Or you're getting to know each other. So when a new CEO or superintendent, however, a new leader comes in, that first year is they're looking around going, what did I step into? Same thing as a board member, right?
I would very much agree with that
Yes.
statement, because 3 of us started a few years ago, and we were like a fish out of water. I mean, not only was the pandemic right around the corner, but we had new leadership come in, so it was all kinds of craziness going on. So it was a learning period for most of us. There were 4 new board members at the time, but it was craziness, just pure craziness, and it was a learning period. I would agree that first year was just a learning period, because there was so much information to know that I had no idea that I needed to know.
And if we don't go through that first year, guess what we do? We start imposing our ideas on things before we want it. That's a scary thing. So good leaders are going to come in and they're going to take the pulse, they're going to find the climate, they're going to learn, they're going to get to know who they are and where they are at, right? And so what they need to receive from others is that grace space where we say, yeah, we don't expect you to change the world this year. We expect you to get to know us this year, right? And I just want you to know one of the reasons I brought I'm being a little personal here, one of the reasons I brought my wife to come down here is we just celebrated our 41st wedding anniversary. And so I've been now married 41 years and 3 days. So how cool is that? And I can tell you that our first year was rough. And most people said, you're not going to make it throughout the year. But we started learning how to give each other grace, getting to know each other instead of trying to change each other, right? And so year 1 is critical for any developing relationship, for any organizational expertise. That first year, if you can create grace and really learn and really see for what it really is, instead of what we want it to be, that's mission critical. Man, I love the way you share that. And probably the crazier the times, the more we have to learn. The quieter we probably have to be. So that's year 1. Year 2 is what happens is they call this team. that's when the CEO is gonna build their team. So they're gonna say, all right, we're right here, I have an idea that we need to go here. And so for us to go from here to there is gonna require a team. And so they begin to look at who can be on that team. They need the experience and they need the right expertise to move it from here to there. And so we get all bent out of shape sometimes as board directors. Oh, they're moving people around or they're hiring new people. Yeah, that's exactly what they're supposed to do. Because they're looking at it, if all the people were in the right place, you already be where you need to be, right? And you're not there. So we have to, as a board now, learn how that's going to be a process. So what we actually do is we say, how can we support you in building your team? Year 3 is when you actually get to create what's called strategic execution, or that's when change actually happens. That's when the strategies that you put in place actually get executed. And another way to say that might be you've created systemic change. Here's why most school districts don't experience true change. Because the superintendents aren't there for 3 years. And then what happens is they bring somebody new in, and then the rest of the people in the district are saying, we'll just outwait them because in 3 years they're gonna be gone anyway. Why would I do what they say now? I'm just gonna wait for 3 years because probably somebody new is gonna come in, there'll be a new silver bullet or a new whatever. And so why would I change my behavior to change again in 3 years? And so we've got to, if we want systemic change, and systemic change is what changes our community, because the schools are the community. That's why we talked about that. You've got to be willing to know what systemic change you're looking for, right? And you need to be able to have a superintendent who can actually implement the right strategies to have that become systemic. That's what boards do.
We don't have to worry about that because Mr. Davis's latest change to death.
He's changed, yeah.
So we're good with that, right?
Yeah.
I asked superintendents across the United States and beyond, why did you leave? Because we become friends, right? As we're working with one another. Not one of them has said because I had a better job opportunity. That's fascinating to me. Because that's why most people move in careers. Not one of them has ever said it. It's because it became too exhausting for the level of change I was able to create. I didn't feel like I was a fit to get that change because it was just too exhausting. That was intriguing to me. And so then, of course, the right question is, why was it exhausting? What could we have done to be able to create a healthier environment, like a non-exhausting? Because it's hard now. That needs to become the right question. That's really what we're building today, is what kind of a collaborative problem-solving team can we create so that we move things in the right directions, because it's already hard. So you don't want it to be exhausting, it's bad enough. And I'm looking at some educators in this room, I'm looking at parents in this room, I'm looking at real people. You know how hard it is, it's hard. And so what you want to do is be with people who inspire you, not people who exhaust you. So that's why when I say slow down to speed up, but I mean it, man, you just, look. I hear you, I wish you could get your way every time, you're not, because we're trying to do something collectively as a team. Therefore, these are the few things we need to do right now. We're going to do those things. All right, here we go. I'm suggesting that it's all about collaborative problem solving. When somebody gives you a word like that, and I feel great about myself because we've been using it for about 10 years in Colby Park School District in Lakewood, Washington. And we came up with this, and now it's really, you hear it all over the place, which is great. But when you have a very diverse community, you know you need to have this. So when I bring this up and you see this phrase, collaborative problem solving, what comes to your mind? Teamwork.
Communication.
Because we've been sort of talking about team. I love that. We haven't been talking about communication. When you say communication, what are you thinking?
Communicating what's going on, what the issue is, and what possible solutions would work.
Clarifying the issues and then communicating. Thank you.
I have a question in to piggyback on what you just said. I'm gonna go back to how do we collaborate during the process versus collaborating by voting in a meeting in an agenda. That has been, I'm new on this board, so everybody has seen my growing pains. I apologize, but I have a tremendous amount of, like you said, wanting to see things get better for students, for teachers, for all of us, in the community. But I'm still going back and I'm kind of frustrated in myself about how it was easy as a teacher because you just all get together and you collaborate and everybody gets, everybody goes in there and, you see the fur flying and by the time you're finished, there's a whole quilt made, but in this process, it's going to a meeting or having an agenda right at the end, and that is so confounding to me because we can't communicate, we can't collaborate. I'm still struggling with how, to me, the problem is how to collaborate and communicate when we have no, 3 people can't talk about something. And I just,
Well, you can have, everybody can talk about it, it has to be done in a public setting. And so you also get to learn in a public setting. And so that means that I have to be vulnerable sometimes, and I have to actually say, I don't understand what you're talking about. I love what you said about learning. My first year, I can so appreciate it because I was like, whoa, this is way different than I thought, right? And so you actually have to admit that we don't know some things, and I'm not sure. And I love the fact that you're saying you're not seeing how you can collaborate in a public setting yet. And what I would suggest to you that collaboration done through outside of the public setting isn't really collaboration for a board. You actually have to be able to do it in a public setting because you need everybody's voice, because each one of you represents somebody else in the community. And not only that, because you're a liaison to the community, but Superintendent Davis is a liaison to the district and the professional educators in this community. So all those voices have to come together and meld to create a potential solution. They also, and that's why, Myra, I stayed with you a little bit, you also have to clarify what the real issues are. And so when we can clarify it, we talk about it, it's going to take a little bit of time to get there. We're going to have to be a little vulnerable and share those things. And then as we're leading the public setting, we have to help our community understand we don't have all the answers just yet. We're working towards developing them. Oh, and how are we going to develop them? Through collaborative problem solving. So we're not here to tell the community what to do. We're here to learn with the community to set them up for success, because that's what we're doing. We're actually asking the community to trust their babies to our school system. That's a huge ask, right? And so we have to learn to come together and talk about it, and then have and we'll get to this in that parking lot. It's called standard operating procedures on how we can talk before meetings, during meetings, and after meetings. And I think that
that's where I'm really struggling with that because of, just coming into this myself, I would see something presented. I didn't have a chance to research it or ask questions. And then we're expected to, just to vote on it. And I'm thinking that, I didn't have a chance to find out about this. I don't know anything about this. How can I vote on this? Are there other solutions? Have we researched those solutions? That is, is this the best solution? And I think that that's been, and, I don't know if that's being seen as being arbitrary, obstructive, but it's not meant to be. It's meant to, we have only so much money, only so many resources. We have children that will never have another opportunity to be here. So for me, I guess that, and like you said, financial uncertainty.
So we're all going to take it serious. I can already tell each one of you take your position serious. It's a wonderful thing. It's so clear to me. So we're all going to be taking it serious. what we're suggesting is for there to be a collaborative problem-solving team. You have to trust each other. There's gonna be times when I'm gonna go, man, I just don't understand why it's, stated this way from the United States government and federal legislation that we have to do this. Or why we have state requirements that say boom, boom, boom. Well, I'm not even gonna understand the difference between some of the curriculums that are out there, even though my wife and 3 daughters, are in education, 2 of my teachers. I'm not the educational expert now, so I'm gonna trust certain people on that. If I can't trust them, then I need to trust that there's processes in place for me to ask the right questions without derailing the progress that we need to make as an organization. That's why we have what's called standard operating procedures, and we will actually get to that in about 1 hour. But hang on to that. I'm going because it's a legitimate question, but it's really about trust. Can you trust these individuals? In the meantime, the way that I've learned to grow in trust is to be vulnerable, like you're doing right now, and collaborate, like you're doing right now, ask the questions, and then at the same time learning. We have to learn what all these moving parts are.
And can I just add something in terms of the trust piece, because I would agree, and I hear you, Mr. Voss, and I understand what you're saying, and that's hard, not just for some of our board members, but also for some of our community.
Yeah.
And our teachers, because of the history in the past that created certain results. And so when you have that, there's this reluctancy to go, okay, I'm just gonna trust you. I'm just gonna give away, okay, just go ahead and do this when we have this history. So it's working through that. And that's what we're trying to do, but I think assistance with that would help us move further faster.
So what we're all saying is that collaboration is hard. It's what makes it harder, doing it in public. Oh boy. Well, no, can you imagine a school district that's supposed to be the hub of the community without community voice? It'd be terrible. So we have to slow down and speed up. So when we had that slide was real. That's not pretend stuff. This is hard work. And so sometimes it helps me when I look at, I built this because this is what urban planners do. They like little sequences on things. But I would say that the goal, if you want to get right down to collaborative problem solving, is working together. That's your primary goal. We're going to work together. And so working together is going to mean that we have to slow down. Now, I'm not saying everybody should be a team member. I have met people who are not good team members. Like I just shared, and I suggested to them, this is going to be painful for you because you're used to being in control, calling the shots. And so you're going to have to work harder than other people, but we will work together with you, right? That's what boards and teams do. Because why? You're on a board. You're not the boss. And so we level set with that. But then we say, now what we do want to do is working together. Do you want to work together? Yes. Okay. Do you want to just work together because you need to be around people? Are you one of those cool extroverted people? Because that's not what we want on the board. We don't want anybody just saying, oh, I'm so happy to see you. Let's just, sing Kumbaya songs all night. I'm serious. When I was on the board, there were people that they just didn't like their home life. So they get on the board and these 18-hour meetings, and that's an exaggeration, but it's just because they like being on the board so much. And, no, we're here to problem solve, right? And so if you want to problem solve, great, you're going to have to do 3 things. And so would you read what those 3 things are?
Work together.
So it says, do you want to work together? If the answer is yes, then you're going to problem solve. You want to be in the green box. If you're a problem solver and the answer is yes, then what are the 3 things?
Listen to learn. And
we need you to listen, we need you to learn, and we need you to lead. It's the 3 L's. You've got to do all 3 of these things. This is what we're really expecting you. Hey, board members, this is why you're being paid the big bucks. It's funny, isn't it? I mean, these are all 3 very hard things to do. And you don't even really, you don't get paid to do them. You have to be a great listener if you want to be a problem solver. You have to listen. You have to listen to what's not being said. You have to listen and look around, who's not at the table that needs to be at the table. You gotta learn, because if you had the solution already, you wouldn't have your problem. So you probably don't have the solution that you need yet. So you're gonna have to learn something new to get there. How many times in your board meetings have you heard the people say, we just need to get back to the basics, the 3 R's, and then you scratch your head and going, reading, yeah, that's R, writing, that's W, arithmetic, that's A. I mean, sir, you're so far out that those solutions don't exist anymore. It doesn't work that way, right? It's not about the 3 R's, unless you're talking about relationship, relationship, and relationship. That's what it's about for students today, right? And so we have to learn together, we really do. And then the last one is we need you to lead, but lead as a team. The board has decided, the board is going. There's only so much time we have, there's only so many resources, there are only so many things, and we've got to get these things right because our community's depending on that, and we're leading in this. That's what we really need you to do. If there's a point that you don't want to listen, and you don't want to learn, or you don't want to lead, now you're in the no box. You see it? Well, I don't want to listen, learn, or lead, right? Well, then you're going to have your limited perspective, and you're going to push your agenda on everybody else, and it's going to be very unpleasant. We had a board member that literally told me, I'm here to get the superintendent fired. No, and literally, that's exactly what they said. And so they weren't problem solving, they were fixing something from their perspective, whether or not the board felt that way or not. And so at that point, that was, in this case, it was his limited perspective, and he was, if he wasn't going to change, he was stuck in there. So we all knew what he was going to say when everything came up. It was going to be undermining the superintendent. It was awful. And so he's not working together, right? He's just stuck in there. Guess what that person often does, though? I'm going to now try to recruit other people to run so that I can get majority to get my, because I can't get, I'm not collaborating with this board, so I'll go find other people who think like I do to undermine and get my way. That's not a board. That's, you know, that's a usurping strategy. It feels very unfair to a collaborative process. But if you come to that place where you say, wait a minute, my limited perspective may not be the only one, now you're yes, now you get to go back up to work together. So I'm just acknowledging that we really do want to make sure that we're working together, that we see it. And I'm not saying rubber stamp is working together too. So if you say, you don't want to problem solve, no, I don't really want to problem solve, it's too hard, I just want to sing the Kumbaya songs. Guess what, you're a rubber stamp committee and you're not making a difference for your community. Rubber stamping isn't going to get it done anymore. There might have been a day where everything was just fine, you know, but those days are gone. So this is the hard work. Welcome to being on a board, you guys. Is this the right landscape though? And so when we talk about collaborative problem solving, can you see that as your primary responsibility as a board member? All right. That being the case, what we want to now is go through what is a structure to collaborate. And we call this conversation resets. So there's going to be times when your insights are going to be different, and there's no judgment aligned to that. Your insights are different. Sometimes we have some teachers that will have certain insights. Sometimes we're going to have parents that have insights. Hopefully we have retired communities on boards too who don't have any children in the district because their insights are valuable too. And they're usually the ones that are, they're the longest, right? So so you have all these different insights, zero judgment on the insight. That perspective is needed. When you have that mindset, it's a conversation that you're creating, not a conflict resolution. A lot of times what we see in a collaborative problem solving is the focus is on the problem or the focus is on the conflict. It's not, you know, let's not focus on the conflict. Let's focus on having a conversation that brings solutions to situations. And sometimes we're not even exactly sure what the real problem is until we slow down and speak, you know, sort of asking the right questions. So of course, that's just called a growth mindset. And to have a closed mindset is also, the right word is deficit mindset. We've heard that. See, I don't even want to use that word, but I've seen a lot of boards that have deficit mindsets. Words, they're not looking to be collaborative. They're looking at stopping collaboration because they want the way. That's a deficit mindset. Number two, down this is there's emotions. I don't want us to think that being on a board or being on a team is not emotional. It's very emotional. That's why, again, you use the word, it's exhausting. Exhausting is relational, emotional. It's everything. It's the whole person, right? In fact, if you take a moment right now and think of some things that are exhausting, is it just a task or is it people? It's usually people. It usually is. It's just an interesting phenomenon. All right. So what we want to do is we want to know, hey, this can be an emotional thing, but it can also be inspiring, right? So the good emotions is, wow, this is inspiring. We're figuring stuff out together. And so that's what collaborative is. For it to be a positive emotional experience, we need to disarm ourselves and disarm others. So somebody comes in and they're already at a heightened emotional volatile state, that's not going to be a very good public meeting. And we see that with some of the times with people that come and speak at the meetings. They're very charged. And we have to learn how to disarm them so that we can have a true conversation. We don't want to throw fire on the gas. Usually doesn't work well. So the other thing is behaviors. The right behaviors in developing good conversations is to ask questions, to not make accusations. So I want you to think back right now in your own kind of style of leadership. You have a tendency when you see things not going well to like emotionally push in or isolate. Do you see yourselves as making a stand or asking questions? And so that's, we have to ask ourselves, where we're at. That's why I like this chart, because I can look at it and go, you know what? I have a tendency to boom, but I want to be over here on the other side. The outcomes that you're looking for, we need to be outcome driven. So we're a whole person, but we have to create outcomes. So the outcomes that got to happen, and what I would suggest to you is that if we really have a growth mindset, we're going to have an outcome of people feel like they're part of the team. It's going to be an inclusive outcome. If we're not, we're going to feel like there's division. Because some got their way and some didn't get their way, right? And that's not very enjoyable. And then what I call is if you really want to have conversation resets as a board, and you're going to have them. And I'm trying not to look at you because I feel bad because as a board chair, you have to navigate this. You have to actually create an environment for it. That's what you instead of some zero loss. So some zero loss is, if I go with the collective voice, I lose. It costs me something. And the some zero gain is, because we had a collective voice, it took us a little time, but now we're on a higher path than what we would have just done what I asked, right? So because you guys might come up with an idea that's not so great, but you collaborated on it, right?
Just say something. I mean, being on the board the very first year, I don't know how you feel about this.
Right, so
Yeah.
asking questions is not wrong.
Is right. And being wrong is right. I'm not sure if I'm right about this. This is what I think. And help me understand more. And what we do, educational thing, what we do is we're looking to the superintendent, but we have to be careful because we're not wanting to ask the superintendent, questions that, in this case, he's gonna have to ask that creates confusion in the community. You know, we wouldn't say, are you really, don't you think you're the athletic director? You would never say that in that public meeting, you know?
But it was a question.
Yeah, exactly. And so what we have to, that's why you understand operating procedures, there's ways to ask those things. So then the question on that might be, help us understand more about our athletic programs, the successes and the needs. How can we support you, superintendent, to have the very best athletic programs for this community? That would be a question you could ask the public, right? How you move the right things forward. But, and so that's why I'm just saying we do have to be careful in questions. And so if I ask, you know, hey, superintendent, would you please follow this? Then you as the chair get to go, no, we're not going.
Say.
Oh, yeah, and say, we're not going to have that question move forward at this time, but we can create a report on how the athletic programs are understood. And then we would say, this is the rest of the board chair turns to the superintendent says, is there an upcoming report that you're already planning on? Is there something routine doing that we can get more information on? And then it's in alignment with what you're already doing, not tasking you to do something more, catching you, you know, blindsiding you, and then later on getting mad that you didn't do all the stuff that we asked, right? And we say we, no, it was me. So that's the dynamics here. So I appreciate it. But this is all that third alternate. Coming and said, okay, what can we do? Is this something we want to get more information on?
So I have a question on
Thank you.
that. So I understand, better understanding if we request information to ask the rest of the board if they would like information. So what if you're having like a one-on-one with the superintendent and you would like to understand a specific area more in detail? Is that appropriate?
It is. So
Or like, when is, I guess I'm a little confused, like, when is it?
crossing the line and not.
Like, wanting to understand something better or find, like, understand, and then from there, being able to bring it to the board, like, hey, so this is what's going on, what do you guys think? I guess I'm trying to understand the difference. Does that make sense?
It makes 100% sense to me. So what we would do in the ideal world, you're going to have your agenda reviews prior to a board meeting, right? We're going to look at it. And sometimes we do one-on-ones, oftentimes we do with 2 board members, because now you're not violating any Brown Act. And so that way it's kind of nice when you do it with 2, because you're going, well, I have those same ideas too, right? And then it also doesn't cause the superintendent to have to spend as much time with individual board members. It's still meaningful time, in fact, maybe even more meaningful because there's 2. But anyway, everybody gets to do what they want, and I wouldn't be so presumptuous to think it should just be with 2 or 1. It's just how it works best. But in that meeting with the agenda, you might look at it and say, okay, I'm concerned, let's just say, with the athletic programs. and how much money is being allocated. And so we don't have more information. And so the superintendent in that case is writing down a parking lot like I did with what Leslie talked about earlier. And in that parking lot, he's going to say, request some more information on athletic programs. Right? Now, you've heard each board member, let's say you don't do anything more than that, you just write it down. All 5 board members, interestingly enough, asked for more information. Now you know you guys didn't do a very good job on getting that information out. You know, you just, and you own it. You know, we probably should have gotten more because 2 out of the 3 or whatever wanted and requested more information. What the superintendent's able to do now is to be able to go to the board chair and say, you know what, I don't want you to be blindsided at the meeting because you're going to be voting on these athletic programs. And by the way, 3 of them don't like it or don't understand or feel like they have enough information. And so we're going to have a real long meeting instead of a short meeting. Who knows? But he's got to communicate that to you. Then what you're able to do now, as in proper protocol with the Brown Act, you can send an email out. Now, everybody doesn't reply to it, but you can send an email out to your entire board and say, 2 board members requested more information on athletic programs. Therefore, we're looking at doing an executive summary. If you would like more information, reply to me individually. So now you know as well. Now you and the superintendent get to come together and be strategic and helpful by getting the information. And you might even be able to go to that board member and say, what specific information was it that you're asking? This moves us towards being collaborative in a correct way prior to a public meeting where it goes sideways. And then what I don't like in the public meetings, this is one thing that I felt like eroded the public's confidence more than anything else in the public meeting. It wasn't divergent opinions. It was, let's just talk about it for the sake of talking about it. And they would just start rambling or going in all these different directions. Well, have you ever thought of having 6 athletic directors? No, don't say that because Gertrude's whole family's cousins are waiting at the door with the resumes. You know? Why would you even bring that up? No, I'm serious. Why would you let that out? Now you're creating momentum around something that was never aligned with your solution that you had in the first place. So don't just talk about something, talk about it, but move the right things forward, create momentum with it. That's what we're really trying to do. I know I've gone a long way. You asked a question to the superintendent. Superintendent puts it in the parking lot, goes back to the board chair. The board chair says, you know what, there are several people. We're going to remove it from the agenda until we've had a report. Then you get to give that feedback to your board. What I had to do as the board chair, and I didn't like it because I'm a busy person. I mean, I may not be effective, but I'm busy, is that I would do weekly briefs with the superintendent. The superintendent would put out their weekly briefs. I would put out weekly briefs to the board. Sometimes I wouldn't because everybody's so much on the same page you didn't need to. But for the most part, I would put them out and always before we had 2 meetings a month as a board. One was what's called the work session, which is where we created a space to collaborate. The other was a regular meeting of the board, which is where we voted. And so in a work session, you didn't even have to have public comment. You legally don't. According to Brian, you can have a public meeting, and as long as you're not making any decisions, you're not voting on anything, you don't have to have the public to speak. And I'm not saying that we're trying to stifle the public. That's not it. We're trying to have a collaborative conversation that we're not ready to bring to the public or have the public speak to yet. And so the public can be aware of it, they can watch it, they can see it, but we're telling the public right then, you know what, we're collaborating around some of these ideas. There's no decisions that are going to be made. And so, you know, we would have those meetings periodically. You don't have to have them every month, but sometimes you're able to do that to create that space. But once you get your initiatives, what you know your initiatives are as a board, now you don't have to have those as much, because you're doing the report outs at the regular meeting of the board and the progress you're making.
Can I just clarify something?
Yeah.
I think the question that you asked, Sagiano, is, I think as the past board president, what she did was whenever there was a question that came up, whether it was her or anyone else, it was always make sure you respond to the rest of the board. That way it's inclusive, and whatever the question is, everyone knows here's the question and here's the response. So then the next step, I think, is if someone else has additional questions regarding that, is that to the rest of the board? Is that to the superintendent?
So you don't, so thank you very much. You want to have the first thing go out that we talked about.
Okay.
So as the board chair, you can send out, Gertrude had these questions and these thoughts. And so then you put it and you say, if there's others who have concerns about this issue, you can let me know that you have concerns about this issue. You don't put your answers, your solutions, and what you want. Do you have concerns on this issue? Let me know. But reply to me or chair independently, not daisy chain, right? So you can't hit reply all. And so they reply to you. If somebody replies all, then you don't say anything except do not reply or respond, or you're potentially going to move towards violating the Brown Act. So you just don't, there's no response to that if somebody makes a mistake. That's why even on text, friends, you can't do daisy chain text. Don't do it. If you have a question, again, go to the board chair. Here's my thought. Board chair, if you look at it, you have 400 people asking that questions, then you send out a public response to the entire board. There's some questions and concerns around this issue. And so we're going to bring that up as an agenda item, or we're going to bring that up in a work session. Or we're going to, I'm going to speak to the superintendent. We might just do an executive summary or a briefing on it. That's how you are able to hear it. And then you move, see if you want to move it forward, or sometimes you just need to let it go.
Okay, so another clarifying question.
Yeah.
Is it appropriate, because sometimes I do have questions, well, I have a lot of questions for Mr. Davis. And I include, well, now I include Laura, because she's the
Yes.
board president, so I see her, so she's aware of what I'm asking or what I'm
Correct.
concerned about. Is that appropriate?
I love it as a board chair. I loved it when somebody asked a question to copy me, because you were not violating anything. Now it's on my radar screen, and that doesn't mean I have to do anything. I'm just aware that, you know what? I had these questions about that, so I want to be aware. We might need more time, and then you're able to listen to some of the other board members, or look at it and allocate more time during the agenda items, or look at it and say, you know what, we may not be able to have a conclusive vote on that yet, because it may invoke more conversation. It gives you a chance to plan. So yes, but don't copy other people.
Right.
And then, and here's one more thing, superintendent, if somebody sends you that same thing and doesn't copy,
Yeah.
then what do? You forward it. Yeah, and now, because you have to, everybody has to be on the same page
Right.
without trying to move a motion forward.
I have a question to piggyback on hers.
But did I answer yours well enough yet? Because I can tell your story.
Sorry, I don't know if I'm expressing myself correctly, but I understand that when you're doing agenda reviews, because I was able to do that with Mr. Davis last year as a board president. But what if you're having, like, because Mr. Davis occasionally asks us if we're available to just chat, see how everything is going, and we have questions at that time? Is it appropriate for him to give us that information on the questions that we're asking? Or does that have to go through the whole board to see if he's gonna dedicate time to obtain the information? Does that make sense?
I think so.
That's
Let me
where
just
I'm
rephrase it. So,
confused.
so if Ms. Novales has a question and we're having a dialogue about curriculum, talk about instruction in the classroom, is that okay just to have that conversation? I think that's what you're asking. And then how do I share that with the rest of the board?
Yes, and like, for instance, like when I bring up a concern, and
Okay,
they're like, oh, okay, let me look into this more.
okay.
Is that something that you share with the whole board, or just to me because I brought up the concern? Does that make sense?
As the board president, I think what we did is when we had conversations, and some of the conversations were about what you were seeing and we resolved that. But there were times where you said, I want the rest of the board to know this. And so then we would provide that information in like a weekly update to the board. This is what's going on, this is what happened, and we all of the board members know.
And the majority of the time, if you err on the side of weekly briefs, you'll be fine. And so regardless of who comes, or, you know, so Laura calls and says, I heard the alarm go off at the elementary school. You don't, and you respond, you call, make sure, hey, somebody check on that. That's not necessarily what you need in front of the rest of the board, right? That was you being wise and saying, hey, I saw this or whatever. Now, all of a sudden, you said there's some safety issues in several of our elementary schools. That's a whole different topic, okay? And so now that needs to be responding to the whole board, or share that she has some safety concerns. And
And
so however the rest of you feel, that might be something that you would put out. Do any of you have concerns on safety that we might want to have a more detailed meeting?
And that's something that I try to use in terms of discernment of what the issue is.
Yeah.
So I know each of you pretty well. You live in my head every day. And so I know that when things become safety issues or when they become whatever, then I communicate that to the board.
Yeah.
Just over time. And I'm continuing to learn, and it's gonna shift but I need to shift with the board in terms of what their interests are, what the vision and goal is, and then communicate the best way.
And I would suggest to superintendent that you're going to be able to do that very well when we as a board know what our initiatives are. Because a lot of times we as a board, we don't even know what our primary initiatives are. And yet, so then we just throw stuff up to you.
Right.
We have concerns about everything. That we have to be careful. And we don't get to run the district. So we have some teachers in my background, some of the best and worst board members are people who are educational professionals. Because they're looking at it, hey, from my perspective, this is how it worked. Yeah, that's how it worked with your ability to manage your classroom. All the other teachers didn't have those same abilities. Or that's how it worked because you were part of a school with a strong union and others weren't. There's so many dynamics. And oh, by the way, in that classroom, you weren't always aware of the federal state regulations, requirements, and changes that were coming. So you can't always lean on your experiences and expertise to bring to the superintendent. And oh, by the way, if you could be the superintendent, but you're not, right? And so it's difficult dynamics navigating through all that, because a lot of us, we have insight that was very real and worked. What we're saying is that that insight still needed. And I'm looking at you two, if there's other educational professionals, because Lucy, I wasn't sure of your background, but we want that to come out, but don't get stuck on that, right? You get to share that perspective. There's zero judgment to it. It's probably helpful to be able to bring it, but also bring just as open to the perspective as they come up with the person and others. And know that the superintendent is the one that's going to have to move the initiative forward, but you have to come up with it. We're probably ready for a break, because we've gone.
Can I just ask that one question?
Yes,
Okay.
and thank you for reminding me that
Oh, that's
I
okay.
paused.
So I just want to make sure for clarification. So if somebody has a question and they're asking, so if it's something that's important to all of us as a board, then we should be able to know that and get a weekly update or something, I mean, we're not going to respond to everybody, but at least we are aware of it. It's not a surprise thing.
If you have a question that comes in the agenda review, the superintendent's going to communicate with the board chair. Here are the questions that came out of the agenda review, so that you know, and you can find their board meeting. If, let's say, it didn't come out of the agenda review, I just have a concern or an insight, and I ask the superintendent. Now the superintendent has to utilize his discernment. Was that just a question about the alarm system or this or that? Or was it something that could have an impact on the board? If he thinks it's an impact on the board, he's going to then go to the board chair and say, when board member so-and-so said this and it's noted in your weekly briefs. At this point, you now know to take a pulse to see if others are feeling that. You probably don't have to do anything. If you felt like you needed to, you send out an email and that says, do not reply all. And it says, Gertrude, I have concern about this. Are there any other concerns about that? If you don't get any, you don't have to do anything. If you get two, you don't have to do anything. If you get three, you already know, hey, that could be a quorum, therefore I should do something about it.
What if she herself feels that way, taking it three, then would she?
Yeah, then she would say, you know what, I'm going to ask for a follow-up through executive summary or something, but we're going to put it, yes.
I think that's something we should practice. That'll help us a lot.
You'll see it when we get it in the next session. It's a requirement. You can't have standard operating procedures throughout this process. So remember, you as a board do three things officially. You are the governor team for this school district. You do governance. You allocate resources. And by the way, under governance, you're adopting curriculum. You do a lot of other things to do with governance, right? Number two is you're allocating real money to make things happen. And number 3 is you're supervising the superintendent. Those are the 3 main things that you really do. And so we want to be able to look at it and say, to do those 3 things, what's going to be required? Number 1 is you're going to have standard operating procedures to help you to do those 3 things that's all structural, accurate things. But because it's real people, it's now called organic. It's organic processes because it deals with people. Therefore, you have to have what's called standard operating procedures of the way that you're going to work as best you can, and never perfect, but to move the right things forward so that you can do those 3 things. That's standard operating procedures.
I think I just want to clarify, it's not that we're not doing it, but the whole email and asking if anyone else is interested, that's the part I feel that maybe we could practice. Does that make sense?
I agree.
I agree that it might be, is it okay to take a quick, you guys want a quick break?
Yeah.
Just a bio break, and then we'll come back, we'll jump into some of the specifics. Yes, it's a good. But can we do a 7-minute break? Is that enough time? All right, 7 minutes. Leadership is this opportunity to build team. That's what it really is. When we're leading, we're building teams and we're moving things. We can't really move things forward outside of team because there is no vacuum in society. As a board, it's what we do impacts other people. And so it's an exciting thing in terms of that. But I like to just to make sure that we have a good definition of leadership. I like this one. It's by the founder of Franklin Covey. It's Dr. Stephen Covey. He came up with this. He basically said that leadership is communicating people's worth, really perhaps before they even see it themselves. It's the worth and the potential. And it's interesting because a lot of times, and we'll send you guys this PowerPoint too, but a lot of times we're seeing people who really are leaders and they're not seeing it themselves yet. And so when it comes down to it, we get to call that out. But one of the best ways to call it out, folks, is to model it. Because you can say things that to certain people that doesn't mean a lot. In fact, as a male, I know that when I say something, is my 3 daughters are going to receive it a little bit differently than people don't, right? That's just a reality. That's how it works. And so I want to be careful that I'm modeling things better than I'm saying things, because it's going to land better when we do that. As a board, it's going to be so important for us to actually model great leadership. And so it's a good investment of your time to be able to say, wait a minute, what is great leadership? And so that's what I like for us to do right now. Is it just calling out the potential and the worth of another person before they see themselves that it? I'm going to give you another potential definition, and this is from urban planning, where you get to do this thing called statistics. And by the way, if you've ever done statistics, they're awful. It's very complicated math. I don't even know how I made it through. I'm sure I made like a D minus or something, but I did make it through. The analysis of aerial data was a hard course, but projections and statistics are very complicated. And this is one of the formulas that we use. It's called the Taylor expansion model. What the Taylor expansion model is, basically it says this: if you want to know how many potential outcomes there are, that's projections, right? If you do this, how many things could happen because of that, right? So here's the sum of this concept. If you're doing one thing, it may result in 10 outcomes. That's a variable. If you're doing one thing, you only have one variable. The more variables you have, the more potential outcomes you have. Probability goes scoring when you increase variables, right? And so formulas and functions that have only one variable in them, a lot of us, we can do that. When you start adding a bunch of variables in it, it gets very hard. Taylor expansion model tells us this: more variables equals that you're going to move to almost an infinite amount of outcomes. As soon as you have 2 variables, you move to, and that's the cool formula on the other side of it, is the formula for infinity. That's how fast you move to. You can't calculate the outcomes. There's too many. You can't be accurate. You can't have true statistics. It's just probability at that point. Isn't that interesting? And so when I think of somebody's potential, if I see them and I said they only have one potential, I put them in an arithmetic linear equation. If I see them as unlimited potential or lots of options, boom, Taylor model. So when we see kids, we need to look at them and say, man, they're bringing something to this table. We look at them like some of the career tests that I took when I was in school. It said I should be a secretary, and I would be a terrible secretary. I can't keep anything. How did I take a test that said that? It really messed with my mind. And then, but it couldn't calculate the fact that I'm an ADHD. And so when you take that out of it, you see some different dynamics. Now you can see, oh, wait a minute, yeah, he was hyper-focusing, so he can hyper-focus on something, but if he has to do a bunch of tasks, he falls apart, right? And so it's very important for us to see individuals as real people with unlimited potential. I think that's an important aspect of leadership. We just see people, we're looking for their potential, but we know that we can't just name it ourselves. But what we can do is say is, you have unlimited potential. Guess what we want to do as a board? We want to guarantee you the best we can opportunities to be. We want to create lots of opportunities so that we move you to where you can do anything you want. And that's why I say opportunity creates unlimited outcomes. So board, what you're really doing is you're creating opportunities for students to have access to their potential. Oh, that's so cool. So that really requires redefining leadership. And so just with what I've shared now, I want us to take a few minutes and just write down in just 1 to 2 minutes. Hey, this is my intuitive or instinctive definition of leadership. This is when I think of leadership, this is what I think. Thank you for putting your pen down. That was awesome. She's now looking around to see who's done. That was so cool. If you'll finish it up, I don't want us to be too definitive of it. I'm more of an instinctive intuitive. It's going to be open-ended. Now what I'd like for you to do, and we're going to ask for a little bit of movement, but so if you would like, I'm nervous with this, if you would walk around and meet with, take your definition and talk about it with Lucy, and then if you two would talk about your definitions, and then you two.
When my students need
Yes. I wasn't even close to that. I think for leadership, and that's where most kids do too. That's a big definition. I'm like, I was listening and not very much getting to know people around me that work with, so I just know leaders, it's naturally, I was looking at it, it's just, I don't think that's it gives creates opportunities and space for exploration, and it can open a lot of others with for self-discovery, I'm actually their craft. And trust leaders model trust the people, brand new for safe space for them to learn. He was trying to go to Spider, that's why he did that. Right.
You know.
He didn't get to go earlier.
Create. They want to explore.
Like he said, he was.
Scale almost, it was
Yeah.
I'm like,
I don't wanna say what was.
But with my husband home and the two, yeah,
Numbers.
yeah. I'm happy to send them all.
I don't know if
I think that's.
Why, when you have to work, somewhere to eat, like a meeting, and I'm just like the dining area and listen.
For me, I have.
Yeah, I do, so really when I take care of it, she gives the baby. Yeah, I know, and I want to eat and sit and maybe please. I could laugh and I said, what's wrong with you? When you get to sit at the table, you know what you.
About 20, 30 more seconds, please. Just a few more seconds.
My 3 now 4-year-old knows.
But
They're knocked out, we're up and
Shelley, for just a minute, would you be willing to stay there for quick activities before we move back? Okay, we're gonna go ahead and bring it back in. And so what I want you to do is to share the main heart of what the other person said, not your definition. And so what I'd like to do is I'm actually gonna start with our board chair. So, or what was the heart, a few words of what you believe Terrence's definition was?
It's more about the actions that are done. It's about the people and what, I'm sorry, I'm explaining this for, it's about things that have been done and things that are getting done now, that to move the district forward. And sorry, I'm
This is perfect though. So she used words, actions past, needs to be, have been, how does it move forward? So that's some of the things you should, is that the heart of it? You're thinking yes? What was the heart of hers? This is, thank you. Go ahead.
So the heart of her started with, when you think of leadership, she thinks of like the president, someone who has a lot of responsibilities. But then she switched and talked about something that's near and dear to her. She went back to, again, redefining leadership as this district, the 4 board members that started together, which she was a part of, and how they, nothing negative, but wherever the district was then, in being a part of the decision-making and changes to see the growth now.
All right.
And so, hiring a superintendent, hiring a cabinet, decision-making to see results in action.
All right, thank you. Shelley, can you go with Lucy's?
Yeah, Lucy looks more like defining it, what it looks like, and she said listening and learning the people that you're leading over.
Ooh. Very good. What's fun is when people share to look at the other person, they're going either like squinting out.
Is that what it was?
Lucy, go ahead. Well, Shelley.
Shelley said, she'd use it more like guiding them versus telling them, like this is what you're gonna do, you have a list of things to get done, micromanaging is not her thing. So allowing people to do what you hired them to do, whatever their task at hand is, allowing them to handle their business and trust your people and trust the processes that your people are implementing, have, and execute.
Wow, you said a lot.
sorry.
That's awesome. So I'm hearing a couple words. You guys keep thinking of themes that we're hearing. What are yours? What did Leslie say?
So Leslie is about creating opportunities to explore and to be able to then share that to others. So bringing everyone together.
Listen, are you in agreement with that?
Well, it's awesome. Yes, opportunities, but also a space for, and she said to explore, but a space, you know, that time and space to explore so that they can really discover and I'm thinking about students.
And that's, go to hers now.
Okay,
That's what I
hers
said.
actually, it's interesting because she broke it down just basic, straight, boom, 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 which is so good, was, you know, good leaders listen, they bring people together, they problem solve, and they celebrate the accomplishments.
Oh.
Yeah, it was just, I just thought that was just like boom, 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 really good.
She was nodding. She doesn't nod a lot, but she was nodding.
Oh, she was.
I'm not advocating any gambling, but I've been staying at the Morongo and walking by and seeing people gamble. If you want a straight faced person, I think Myra's your. No, she sits there, she's just always listening to it. Wow, what is she thinking? Awesome.
Mr. Davis.
Yes. Our board had one of our trainings because we had a lot of volatility in our public comments. And what our board members were doing is we were listening to people and comments and we were nodding. And then we had people giving insight on social media afterwards saying, Marty agreed with me because I could tell he was nodding, and they were putting this stuff out. And we actually learned we had to learn how to listen from a logical standpoint, where we just receive information, but we're not nodding our heads. And I've been watching some of us in here are natural nodders, and others of us are a little bit more. And it's okay to nod when it's engaging, like it's helpful. But if there's a volatile thing, we have to learn to be poker faced. Just letting you guys know that. It's just how it works.
I struggle so much with that because I've always been, you know, I grew up when I'm acknowledging someone, I nod,
Yes.
you know, even when I don't agree, it's my way of saying I'm listening to you.
Yeah.
I hear you.
Yes.
I hear
Yes,
you.
so and then I talk with my hands too, so
Yeah.
I'm trying to.
Yes.
Mine is my face, I do not have a poker face.
Yes.
You can see
Yes.
that you're sitting on it, I'm like,
Yeah.
yes.
Emotion.
Yes.
So I do this a lot now.
I noticed you looking down once or twice.
Yeah.
So one of the things I do as a board chair is I'm always around being aware, because I might need to be more inclusive for some folks, and we need to understand each other's kind of cues that we have in wanting to be a part of a collaborative opportunity. So we get to learn from each other, and that also just takes time, but I'm appreciating it. I just wanted you to see in this particular example, we did 3 things that were very important. One is we talked about leadership, which is the most important thing you do. Number 2 is we practice leadership by learning and listening and learning. Number 3 is we got to demonstrate leadership by sharing what somebody else believes versus what we believe. That's demonstrating our leadership. It's hard. Well, that's why I stopped you after going so far, because you know, I wanted to clarify where we was the other person correct, but we don't want to go back and say this is what we meant. At some point we may need to do that, but we just want to be good at really saying, this is where we're at, this is what I'm hearing, this is what I'm sensing. That's part of it. But we always have that in context of, and this is where I'm at too. That's the joy of collaborative problem solving. I'm here, Ralph is there, Gertrude's there, we're moving to, you know, that's leadership. That's an awesome thing. Let me just remind you that each one of you right now is a community member giving voice for this amazing city called Banning and their students. You're listening, you're hearing, you're trying to move things forward. They're going to be most important for each and every person in this community. That's what leaders do. So when we talk about leading, redefining leadership, I express it this way. Number 1 is that you need to be the best version of you. Being the best version of yourself. We need to see the best Lucy come to this table, right? the best each of us. And so that means we're juggling all these things, and we have to set aside some time, because right now we need to be at our best. This board doesn't need third best. This board needs the best you. And it's really okay for us to take some time for you, make sure you're doing okay, that you have a pulse check, that things are going okay in your life, that you're taking care of your 4-year-old birthday party, cool stuff, and all those things that happen. We need to make sure we're doing that, because that's part of our best, right? Our families, all these things, we're connected to that. And so we need to be open about it, and to have that as a very important part of our radar screen. But ultimately, we really do want to work very hard at getting the things that are right in our lives right, so that when we come together, we're not coming out of here with a void. I'm not coming here needing your affirmation so that I can feel better about myself. I need to come here to collaboratively problem solve, right? And so that's what leaders do, is they bring the best version of themselves by being the best version of ourselves. And so we got to take time for us and do that. Guess what else? That's my definition of leadership for the individual, being the best version of yourself. And when you tie that to the team, there's a reason for it. It's not a selfish, self-absorbed, myopic reason. It's so that we can bring out the best in others. Our goal is to be the best version of ourselves in order to bring out the best in others. Ultimately, that's what it's going to come down to. That's leadership. Now, what I would say going along with that is leaders do something. It's not just being and bringing the best version. Leaders bring out the best in others. And so what that really means is that leaders build leaders. We're building leaders. We're not leading for them. We're not leading because we're leaders, and so leaders make all the decisions. No, leaders build leaders. That's what we do. Board members are building leaders.
I like that because Myra was our previous president, and I felt like she set a perfect example of what a president should and shouldn't be.
That's good.
Because she was very inclusive, and she always kept us very informed, and she always wanted everyone's opinion. It was never just about her, and I always appreciated that. And I really feel like Myra set the example, how I want to be. So.
Thank you. I hope you're receiving that, Myra.
Yeah, I'm teary.
And so here's the beauty of what we're saying. This is full circle. She built a leader. That leader's going to do what you saw modeled there.
Hopefully.
No. You will do
I will
that.
hold you
'Cause
accountable.
but not only that, but you will go to a higher level, because as a parent, I want my children to have a better life than I had. As a leader, I want the leaders I'm building to be better leaders than I was. That's what we're doing here. As a teacher, I want my students learning at a higher level than I learned. We better, because there's more stuff in them now.
Can I share something?
Yeah.
So I was a superintendent next door for 4 years. I worked in that district for 8 years. And so every time we went to CSBA, we would be in the same space, Beaumont and Bannon. And so I remember when the 4 board members came on board, I was still the superintendent next door. And I remember comments, people always talk.
Yeah.
And it was a new board, and there weren't so positive comments. But I'll say this, like I've seen the transformation. I've seen the growth in the board individually and collectively to be in another space to lead a district. And, I've been doing this work for quite some time, and it's pretty powerful. And I'm blessed, I'm honored to be a part of that. And the whole goal is to continue that for the betterment of our students and community. And we're doing that. And the board is committed to the professional learning and growth that's by being here. And I'm proud of that.
And we're leaning into it. Thank you. That's how it works. If we're going to be able to move those right things forward, then what I'm telling you, it's okay to be emotional, because emotions are charged. They're a healthy charge. and they are inspiring versus exhausting. This is hard work. Every one of you, your job is really hard. There better be some inspiring actions that ignite us to stay at this table and do our best, right? Otherwise, we're grinding it out. I don't want to be a grinder. I want to be a difference maker. That's the heart. Here's the structure, friends. I can just tell you emphatically, and I'm being arrogant right now, but through 18 years of research and work, if you're not getting these 4 things right as a board, you're ineffective for it. You've got to get these 4 things right. And when you get these 4 things right, you will have momentum to move things. If you don't get these 4 things right, the momentum's not there. You will stall. When we stall because we don't live in a world that's stagnant, then we will go backwards. So there really is no stalling. We think you are, but you're not. So here's the 4 things I just want to hit them very quick as we're going to go into them at a surface level right now, but enough to be able to prepare us for you as a board to create some momentum in these areas. Right? Number 1 is there has to be a clarity around the roles of the board and superintendent. So what I want to say about that is who manages the board? Who manages the district? It's that simple. Who manages the district? I'm not looking at you board members. Who manages the district? And so when they pointed to you, they were kind of smiling. I want you to know. He does. Yeah. And if he's not managing the district, then the leadership of the district is pretty void. It's chaos. You've got to have leadership within that district. So if he's not leading it, it's not going to go well. Guess what else? And I like the word, and oh no, not correct. You said it. So anyway, if he's micromanaging, that won't go well either. So he can't micromanage. He has to manage and build leadership. That's what we've decided. Guess what? If you micromanage him as he's micromanaging the district, it won't work either. But you are required to supervise him. And so we're going to get to that in a moment. But who manages the district? The superintendent has to manage the district. And you need to have the person that's the most equipped. He needs to be legally aware. He needs to be financially astute. And then guess what? He's got to be able to navigate unions, legal matters, lawsuits, all these other things while educating kids with best practices. That's hard. It's really a hard job. And so prior to the pandemic, the average tenure of superintendent was just about 4 years. About 6 years ago, it was 6 years. It's been dropping dramatically. Why? Because the job's getting harder. And so the expertise required to do this job is really complicated, you guys. And there's a shortage of superintendents in the world right now. And what they've done, because there is a shortage, they've taken principals, jump-started them into associate superintendents, and then trying to move them into a role of superintendent too quickly, and then they're crashing and burning because being the principal of a high school and knowing how to run a PTA is very different than trying to run a district. And so it takes time to get there. I love the fact that you've been in the district next door. I don't care what next door means.
It's our rivals, if you don't want it.
Good job on you guys. Take your rival now. I'm a competitive person. I feel kids say, but what I love about it is there's been tenure, there's been years, there's been learning. That needs to be put back into education. We're seeing a shortage of teachers and a shortage of substitutes right now. That's scary for me. That's alarming, at least. We want that expertise to stay in the classroom, right? So we want him to be a great manager of the district. Who manages the board? Here's my concern as a board member for 18 years. And again, I've been out for almost 2 years now. Is that usually the person who manages the board is the superintendent. Superintendent's putting out fires, helping doing this, doing all that, trying to make everybody happy, trying to get everybody on the same page, and doing all this. That's managing the board. We don't need you to do that, even if you're good at it. And I'm not. there's no judgment here. I'm just telling you, you're like third person portal superintendent right now. You're not here. We don't need you managing the board. We need you managing the district. We need you, third person portal board chair to manage the board. We need you, board chair, to go to the board chair to be managed, not to try to usurp her and go to him. That's standard operating procedures. That's understanding the roles. If we follow that, there will be less confusion, and we can create an organic structure and process to be able to have my questions heard by, maybe I did chat with you to find out if it was a big deal or not. You think it is a big enough deal, you're sending it to her, she's now pulling a straw poll or whatever you need to do to actually know how to manage. Or if somebody should come to you and say, Gertrude said some really bad things about Ralph, you're the one that needs to go to Gertrude. We don't get it all out there. That's how you manage the board. Hey, Gertrude, why would you say that about Ralph? What's going on here? Because that's undermining our board. Our board needs to be cohesive. We're a team. We don't throw family under the bus. That's not the way our board works, because we're bringing the best version of ourselves. Why? In order to bring out the best in others. So why would you say that about Gertrude and Ralph? That's not bringing out the best in Gertrude and others. So that's, we need the board chair to do that. It's not fun to have things where he said, she says. In this case, it's just she says, she should, right? And I wasn't going to say that, but it's just not easy having other people talk like that. So then you've got to be able to bring that to what's going to be a healthy conversation reset versus conflict management, right? And so that's how hard this is. The clearer the definition of the roles and the processes, the better it'll be. It'll be hard all the time because we're people. And so that it's okay. We want people to be people, but we want to be the best version of ourselves in order to bring out the best in others. So I'm going to go through some processes around this number one now, and that is the clarity around the board. Yeah, yes. And that was so nice that you would, it was so nice that you would even ask without everything. All right, so clarity around roles. This is what we're talking about here in this thing, is that you've got to create a clear distinction between the roles of the board and the roles of superintendent. You've got to, and basically, board, you give direction and you collaboratively problem solve. When you're collaboratively problem solving, you're utilizing the educational experience of the superintendent. But when you're giving direction, it's really not about superintendent. And hear me say this in a respectful way, but these are the liaisons of this community. And now you've lived here, you were here a couple of years if I understood it, and you lived even next door, so you understand stuff about the community. But they're the ones that the community left and they said, we want you to represent us. And so your primary responsibility is to be a liaison of this community as to what you believe your students need to be successful in life. That's what you bring. And even though you have a 4-year-old or whatever, that's not the only perspective. It's not, this is what my 4-year-old needs. This is what this community needs, right? So we're bringing that collective voice. We have our perspective, but we're going to come together. The superintendent's listening as we're representing the voices of our community, and this is what he's listening for. How can I build an educational system that's going to set us up for success? That's what they do. We talk about the needs of this community. That's what we do. We give direction. We think we need to move into this direction for student success. You say, this is how I can do it. With the funds that are necessary, with the legislation, here's some policy I might need from you. Here's some curriculum I might need from you. Here's some community partnerships I might need from you. He does the how it can happen. Here's the implementation. Here's the strategies I'm going to execute as I build my team. And I don't mean that in a selfish way, but it's got to be your team, right? And so we're here to support him to execute those strategies, to follow through on our initiatives. That's how it was set up for public education to be successful. I've said a lot, and so I'm going to listen to your thoughts on this portion.
I think for me, still being actively teaching, I see the dynamic of it and knowing the importance of getting that community feedback. And you want
your board member that represents your area asking the hard questions and doing the job and taking the responsibility and not just sitting back and going, well, things are fine, things are fine, things are fine.
Because you're seeing in the classroom that it's not, right?
Right.
And that's why, again, that's almost every district I've ever worked with. I think everyone, I'm a truth accurate person, so I don't like to not be truthful. But I think every district I've ever worked with, I'll come the day before and I'll just kind of take a pulse of the community so I can see what's going on. You know, I can't go in the classroom all the time. Sometimes I have. We need that, don't we?
Yeah.
We need to be real. So thank you on that. So what we're going to do, number one, is we understand, yeah, those roles are right. Now, what can we do to create the right lanes? So just knowing they're right doesn't mean that we're behaving like they're right. So what you have to do, number one, is you just have to create what are called standard operating procedure. And you guys had SOP, some boards have board bylaws, they have norms, but you have to have clear standard operating procedures that allow us to have collaborative conversations before board meetings, during board meetings, and after board meetings. More damage is done after board meetings than before or during. There's this thing called social media. There's this thing called he said, she says. We've got to get these things right. We have to have clear actions that we will do. And then we look at them and we say there's also going to be actions that we will not do. All right, we're going to get into some specifics on that later. Around the roles, you're going to have to build one voice. And right now, one voice is almost taking on like a negative, which is interesting to me. What do you mean one voice? Yeah, one voice isn't that we're not listening to any voices. We've listened to all voices, but we're building one voice of what we can do. So every voice needs to be included, but not one voice trumps other voices. It's what we collectively believe we can do with the resources available to us. And so we're going to move in this direction. And again, it's no different than getting in the 40-con line van and saying, I want to go to this place, I want to go to that place. What can we do? Well, tonight we're going here. Let's make the most of it. Right? That's one voice. And we're all going to go, and we're not going to mope, and we're not going to be creepy or undermine. We're going to actually I've just seen it too much. It's sad. I work with some of the largest school districts. And you know, I said I am right now one of the largest. And they're being creepy. And it's so sad to me because there's 150,000 students right there in their neighborhood that they're not setting up for success, and they think it's okay to attack one another in the district. It makes no sense to me. It feels creepy. So I'm just going to call it for what it is. We don't need to do that. We need to look at it and say, this is what we believe we could do. We did hear each person's voice. And I'm not going to say, yeah, I didn't vote for that, but I guess I have to put up with it. Or I'll never support that even though they voted for it. That kind of message, that is awful. And so what we do is we say, we're gonna have one voice. And guess what? My voice didn't win this time, but I was heard. And I was given space to share my concerns. And those concerns were addressed, not necessarily the way that I would have liked them. But for right now, with everything else that's pending, these are going to be the best things that we can move forward as a team. And our board's a team. So therefore, I stand with the decision the board made this initiative forward. I'm going to do everything I can to see it be successful. Boom. And then 2 years from now, maybe a whole new initiative, another, maybe now we get to eat the food that I wanted. But in the meantime, we're making that work. So that's one voice is huge. And if you don't like one voice, well, wait, I'm supposed to be one voice. They call it collective voice, call it the board voice. But here's the importance of it. Now I'm going to look at every person eyeball again, just to make sure we all get this. Lucy, thank you. Darrenson, Laura. All right. It's really hard to be a superintendent and have 5 voices tell me what they think needs to be done. It's almost impossible. It's impossible.
You get to go home to your wife.
Here's what's a beautiful gift that you can give to your superintendent. Give them one voice. That's why when somebody brings up something, you say, wait a minute, we're gonna see if all the board wants you to act on that. Because if we did act on, ask you to act on that, we've already created a job description for you. Now it's gonna take away from you being able to do that. So we might have to adjust some things, right? But we're gonna give you one voice. There was a time in my life where I had a direct report of 9 people and indirect report of 40 people that reported to me. It was really hard for me to manage just the 9. I did a terrible job of the 40. I basically just gave them high fives. Thank you for being, thank you for showing up when you need. It's really hard, that many people, it's hard. I've never even thought of flipping it. Instead of me being the boss of 9 people, me having 9 bosses. That would be a nightmare. 9 different people tell me what to do, right? See what I'm saying?
But he loves us.
No, look how he's trying to put the poker face on right now. He does love you. Here's the reality is that he needs one voice to be able to lead this district. He can't say to an associate superintendent or whatever, I need you to do this to make Gertrude happy. Now we're moving this initiative forward. It's the voice of the board. It's the right thing for us to do. Boom. And when he says it like that, then associate superintendent knows and they move forward and it moves all the way down to the principal. The principals know it. Everybody else knows it. The classroom teachers know it. Now that's where we're going. We don't get to try to go to Gertrude. We don't get to go to Ralph, try to undermine this thing to make it go our way. No, board's decided that's where they're going, and they're allocating resources to it. They're building curriculum for it, and policy, and it's moving. And in 3 years, it'll be systemic, and no one's leaving. That's how you actually do this. That's what I mean by one voice. So you've got to build it. It won't come overnight, but you can lose it overnight. That's the damage of it. Be very careful not to undermine one voice. And then you got to increase what I call board chair expertise. And that's why I looked at you and said, I feel so sad. This is really hard to be a board chair in today's world because we never needed facilitating inclusion more, and yet we never needed definite next steps more either. And so you have to create this amazing facilitated environment where there's inclusion, but then it's like, no board, we have decided, or we are doing, we voted, we're going. And so, because we're allocating resources for at least 1 year, sometimes 2 or 3 years out. So we don't get this isn't like a little speedboat. This is like an aircraft carrier. This is a big thing. And when it moves, we're moving, and we're going to stay that course. So in that, one of the things that we want to do is say, yes, the board and the board chair are going to have a great relationship. And you guys have concerns when you're not seeing, not following through. You don't blow things up with each other. You don't blow it up on the meeting. You go straight to the board chair and say, I'm not sure about how this is working out. Go to your board chair. Don't go to your neighbor. Don't go to the superintendent. Don't go to the teacher. Don't go to the whatever. Go to your board chair. That should be your first stop.
So the only place at the top.
I don't see it that way. See, she has lots of friends.
But it actually really works wonderful to be able to have it that way. And you can say, you know what, thank you. And I get that pulse and I'm listening. Maybe others have that pulse too, but you don't run around and call everybody else and say, Gertrude said this, what do you think? You're just listening. But you know when it's a matter of levity and a matter of brevity, right? And so that's what you're moving through. But this is all important stuff. This is real, guys. You got to be able to have that. So I'm asking you now, would you just look at your board chair and with your face say, I commit to go to you if I have an issue.
I commit to go to you.
I love it. Thank you.
I commit to go to you if I have an issue.
Yeah. Yeah, we're good. I love it. Okay, poker face, thanks a lot.
I feel for you. I commit, but I feel for you.
And I will go to you if I have a concern. I'll go directly to you. And then, I'm assuming because I just sense if the superintendent has an issue, he'll go to you too. That's a good. All right, so that's what we're agreeing to. Who manages the board? Who manages the district? We now know. There's no question. And so let's do it. That's called a cohesive team. If you're going to manage the board, you're gonna want to be more connected now than ever. The more connected you are, the more effective you'll be. Connectedness equates to effective. And so if you're just putting people off, and I know you would, Nora, I know you came to me last month, call me, I'm dodging your calls, but call me later or something. That won't work. It has to be, yeah, I've heard you. And I know it's important. I can give you a quick answer for, hey, we talked about that 2 years ago, it didn't matter. And I don't think it's going, it's still a concern, but it's not a giant one we're dealing with right now. You know what? So you'll know brevity from levity, but you gotta be connected enough with the folks that you're able to do that. If he senses levity, then you're gonna say, hey, I'm gonna put out a thing to find out if others have those concerns. Don't reply all, I'll put it out and we'll see what we can do. And I'll talk to the superintendent and we'll see if there's a further reports with it. What I want to remind you is now individual board members, you have to understand that your voice is important. Sure. At the same time, you have no authority as an individual board member, and understand that. And that's okay. But that's the power of being on the board. So we all agree right now that I have no individual power as a board member, but I do have a collective voice.
Clarification. Yeah. So can board members have conversations with the superintendent? Because I'm just putting it in the context in terms of
It should be,
managing the board.
it should be on surface level things, not on deep things. It really should.
It's like a check-in, not a.
Because here's the truth, and good superintendents don't like this. And I'm not looking at them on purpose.
He was trying to run real fast to look at you.
Good superintendents don't like this. But it's not about creating good friends on your board. It's about creating a professional relationship. If you do good friends, it'll turn into a good old boy system. Or they just will. And then you might have put a lot of effort in it and then they get voted out anyway. So structurally, you can't build a good old boy system. You can't be best friends, but you can be personal, and that's who you are. So now I'm looking at you and you can be professional. So keep it surface level in terms of the professional things that you discuss, but be very personal, be you, because you genuinely care about people. Right? It just comes across loud and clear. So you get to be that, right? But you can't be best friends with everybody here. You're best friends with the one voice at the board. It sounds weird, but that's how you have to do it. Would you agree with that, Terrence?
That makes a lot of sense, and that's lessons learned.
Yeah.
To get to that.
Yeah. And so we're friends.
No.
We're
In
all-
general sense.
We're best friends.
No,
No, in
we're not.
general. In general.
As surface level workers in the same, you're a collaborative team. You are a team member. We're not calling you just a board, we're calling us a team. And so it's not just professional, it is personal. We're using our words very carefully because you are part of the team. And you're going to be very caring as you're on this team. You really are. And so if somebody's, oh my goodness, mother passes, that's family, that's team. We slow down, we deal with that, we lean into that. If it's our 4-year-old's birthday or whatever, we acknowledge it, we work with that. But we can't let those things keep the organization stalled. We can't. So that's the balance. It's really hard. It's no different than being a teacher. You go in the classroom. We always said, I didn't have favorites. Yeah, you probably did. But you can't show your favorites in the classroom or the messes of that. It really will.
How would Mr. Davis go about, say, when I'm not president anymore, and I have a question about an issue that I had heard was going on at the school, and it's an in-depth kind of question, and I go to Mr. Davis and I forget this conversation, this little part, but, and I want answers, but how would Mr. Davis go about saying, clarifying that's something that, we can.
Thank you, Laura.
Without him seeming like he's dismissing us,
Right.
but,
So what he gets to do is he says, because he's a real person, he can't help himself, which is great because you can hear him about it. He's going to say, I really do feel and perceive your genuine concern with us. So that gets to be personal. This is the matter, I think, that's gonna go further than just your concern, so I'm going to share that. But he's not being dismissive. You're so good. I can tell this is very important to you. And so I'm here and I'm listening, and I'm willing to do my part, and I'm gonna make sure that I should send this back to the board president to see if others feel that way. Is there anything else you need from me? And that's, because we're not asking you to be who you aren't. We're asking you to build organic processes. And so it is a process that has to work for each board member, not just one or the ones that you like best. But at the same time, sometimes that person's having a real issue, you need to slow down and give them a little bit more time, just like you would if it was another person. But personal and professional outcome on that is, what is this going to impact our current initiatives and the work of the board? If so, I need to make sure the board chair knows, and we have some processes in place to do it. And we're going to have to get used to the fact that superintendent isn't going to invite us over for the Super Bowl party because you're not a Seahawks fan, and you can't stand to see the Seahawks actually beat the Pittsburgh Steelers this time. But anyway,
I do have a question on that. The 4 board members have family and they have students in this school. I mean, in this school district. I don't have students, and I don't have children or grandchildren in here, but perhaps one of Laura's concerns, even though I'm not aware of it, because I'm not picking up my child or doing, I still, even though I wouldn't go to Terrence and say, hey, I'm really concerned about that, because I don't know. I would still be concerned about it. So I'm a little concerned about, maybe one person has a concern about that. If I knew about it, I would.
Well, we have to, and I think this will be an area for those of us who have an urban planning background, right? Is that we're very good at looking at the structures and trying to make sure that there's systems in place to improve. That's what the urban planner does, right? No, it is. It's a cool thing. We're fixers and builders. In this case, what you're fixing and building is in 1 or 2 initiatives and not the daily type things. And so we're going to have to let a lot of those things go. However, if we've done our due diligence and we've built what's called a point of contact for the district, then we know we can let that go. So the point of contact is if I have a concern with something that's going to be district, because I'm not a board member, right? And I have a concern for the district, I need to know that there's a point of contact where I can go to voice my concern. So if I have a concern with my teacher, I should be able to go to the teacher. I don't go to the principal, I go to the teacher. I don't go to the superintendent because it was the teacher. I don't go to my neighbor because it's the teacher. I go to the point of contact where is the primary concern began. If that didn't work, if I go to I have concern with the person, I don't know if the person wanted to do work, now I am going to go to the person. And so we're going to, as a board, say, we want you then to go to the principal. So the principal's aware that there's somebody with an issue with that teacher. If you didn't feel heard or that didn't go well, then you probably should go to the superintendent. The last place you should probably go to is the board, because the board doesn't manage the district. The superintendent does. And so now I'm looking at it as a person going, yeah, but that person's my neighbor, I'm on the board, and so I want to help make sure that teacher acts right, or that community member knows when they come to me, I get it resolved. No, they need to know that you have set up a system in this district for each and every person to have their concerns handled in a timely fashion. If you don't respond, it went up to you and you didn't, now it does come to the board. And the board says, is there something wrong with our point of contact? Did we not do that well? Have we not promoted it well? What do you need from us? Did we inadvertently undermine it so people always come to us instead of through the point of contact? So now we have that conversation reset. That's the way that we need to build it. It's hard to build that, but you've got to do it. And friends, the smaller the community, the more important that is. The smaller community, they're going to run to you as board members, and they see you as being here longer than sometimes the superintendent. And we have to resist the temptation of fixing each person's stuff, but to say, you know what, we built a point of contact for that. And you might not want to call it a point of contact, whatever you call it, but we want you to follow this process.
I was just thinking of like security, you know, if there was an issue in security. I wasn't thinking about individual things, but if she said, look, I noticed when I picked up my child that there was an issue with security, even though I might not be aware of that, then it might, but I think it would be something that all of us would be concerned.
But we come back to trust, because what security to Gertrude may not be real security. So I have the issue of security, and what it means is that there is a long line of cars picking up kids, and I don't ever get to be in the front of the line. Who knows what that means? But you do know what, you know, you've asked the question, you know, if it's an issue that really could be levity versus brevity, you will respond out to the rest of the board. If you missed one, because that's can happen, then you need to have the trust. And I'm going to bring it up one more time. Maybe stay there a little bit, but I'm going to bring it up to this person. I'm going to stay within that as best I can. But what often happens is that we as board members work harder at managing the district than we do at making sure that the right initiatives are being addressed by the district. And so we'll come to that too.
So I have a question though.
Yeah.
Like I
Keep
hear the
asking questions.
process, I hear the chain of command, I hear all of that. But I think my most challenging part in understanding it all is that sometimes Mr. Davis doesn't even know if the current process is really working until we bring up things and then he digs deeper and realizes, okay, there's a disconnect. So I have a really hard time relying on that chain of command, because sometimes it doesn't work.
If it doesn't work, then the problem is the chain of command's not being, yeah. So
Like, I don't mean to be disrespectful,
Well,
but
there's a little variance in that, and I think I know exactly what you're talking about. The expectation that something is being handled, let's say at the site level or department level. When that's not happening, you guys hear about it. And so in theory, I should have a sense of what's going on, but there are a lot of times things hit me and I have no idea. So then I get involved and find out and get the information, but it's that trust piece of it should be happening correctly at that department, at that site in the classroom, but it doesn't always happen.
and sometimes it takes time, but what we don't want, I'm gonna jump in, and we could call it a chain of command. I'm more careful with words that I use these days a little bit more, just because some people will take command wrong, but that's what's always been used before. So, and I'm appreciating you calling it that, whether it's a point of contact. But what I'm saying is that you easily can have that concern. What I'm saying is that you go to that person first, or maybe you're sharing a video. You then connect it back to the board chair so that there's viable conversation and planning right here. What we don't want to do is have a bunch of individual board members go to you to tell you stuff about managing your district. And that should be a one-off. If it ever happens, it should be rare. If we're seeing things, I mean, again, there's a casual way of saying, hey, I saw something. Maybe you do that directly to the superintendent. But if somebody did that to me more than once, I'm taking it right back to that board chair. You know, Gertrude's continuing to talk about all the things that they're seeing. We don't want that.
So I have a question now, that just made me think of something. So thankfully, my daughter is graduated from the district, but I still have nephews in the district. So I go to pick them up and I see something.
Yeah.
Is it appropriate for me, acting as an aunt, not acting as a board member, even though I know it's hard to separate it, for me to go talk to the principal and just say, hey, this just happened outside, this is what I just saw.
And this is the right conversation, folks, and I'm getting clear answers, and they're gonna land as we continue to ask more questions about them. So it's impossible for you to differentiate yourself as an aunt and a board member. Just like it's impossible for you to have authority as an individual board member. It's impossible. You have legally zero authority as an individual board member. You only have authority as a collective voice. That's true, that's a fact. Same is true is that you can't ever as a board member say, I'm taking off my board member hat. I'm not a board member right now, I'm just a concerned dad. No, you're not, they're seeing you, yeah, you're a concerned dad and a board member, and so I'm giving you extra level chain of command, because you're higher up that. And so you can't do it, but it's very difficult when you see things and you know it's counterproductive. Like in that case, I think it really is okay to call the superintendent and say, hey, I know we said we were gonna do this is what I've seen at that school, you just drop it. If you think it, again, levity, brevity for you, if you think it's something the rest of the board needs to know, you're going straight to the board chair and saying, hey, I heard this, and maybe you're just doing a weekly brief, and you actually say, whomever, Lucy saw this, and I did follow up on it, she was right, and I want you to know it's taking us a little time to implement X, Y, and Z, maybe, but you've run that by your board chair, right? And so that's a board brief that comes out. The value of doing that is that Lucy shouldn't see her name in every board brief every week if she does something's wrong, right? Lucy keeps coming to you, and Lucy's running the district, not you. And Lucy, you know I'm not picking on you right now.
It's okay, I do see a lot of stuff that
Yeah. So
You've been around, huh?
and I'm making, you know, illustrations up or examples. So what I'm saying, the right process is to, hey, maybe every now and then I see something, and I call them and say, but I don't go in there and pretend I'm not a board chair, you are a board chair.
So we, in a way, we kind of gave up
You do.
our parental rights to address issues.
Everybody drop the mic. What you've done is, and guess what, you as a board chair, what you gave up? You gave up your ability to have the first opinion on any matter being discussed by the board because you facilitate.
You know,
Boom, no.
I caught that with Myra, because Myra immediately did that.
Yeah.
And I'm okay with that, because I mean, like I said, she set the example, and I like how she did, so I have no problem doing it.
Yeah, but it's a big, it is a big deal. So now instead of being first voice or whatever, your last voice, and sometimes you won't even vote unless it's to break a tie or something. You could, you should, you know, who knows? But anyway, that position of being a board member means I don't get to advocate for my kids.
But you're talking about high performing, effective boards. So let's be clear about, you're talking here. That's not necessarily where we're operating, but how do we get there? And these are some behaviors,
You gotta have
strategies, and things to get there, but that means giving away certain things and understanding the system.
And growing through it. So look at this chart for a moment, and then we'll come right back to it. Look at this chart. As an individual board member, you don't have authority. As an individual board member, you have a responsibility to share things that are important that you're seeing, so you can collectively move the right things forward, right? So see the member up there, it's kind of disappeared. You don't see the word member. You're not supposed to be at the forefront. You're kind of you're barely there. You're just kind of, as an individual, it's not so much there. Then as you move to a board team, look, you're getting a little darker, you're becoming more opaque, you're becoming more visible or seen. But this is where you're going to say, you know what? Here's the things that are going to have the greatest impact on this district. So that's, and you're being seen because you're giving voice to what the district's saying. We're going to see how you do that in a moment. That's where you become more real. Here's where you're the most powerful. When people look at you and they go, you're not the board chair, you're part of that district. That's Banning School District. That's Banning School District. Because right now you might think, oh, they're just seeing me as an individual. No, they don't. They see you as the district. If you're a crummy board, they see the district as crummy. If you're a strong, healthy district, they see the board as probably being strong and healthy too. And so we've got to see it like that. We're a team. We're representing the opportunity for this district to move the right things forward. Are we moving the right things forward if you are a healthy team? We oftentimes, because board members, you guys, we're often type A personalities. We're just tricky at it. You wouldn't be on a board if you weren't a type A personality. If you didn't think you could make change, you wouldn't be on a board. If you didn't feel like you wanted to excel in some leadership, you wouldn't be on a board. You're doing it because that's called type A personality. You're trying to move things. So you're a mover. And so as a mover, what you have to do is recognize that the way I'm going to move things forward is collectively, not individually. And when I do it individually, I actually undermine that initiative going forward. Now I'm going to stall it. So that's what we're doing. And it's a new way of thinking and seeing. Welcome to be involved.
Oh, I'm just saying, I'm not okay with the concept of not having a voice as a parent, because if that's what is best for a high functioning district, that needs to be clearly stated in a bylaw
Well,
or
I'm
when,
gonna facilitate here for a moment, and be a facilitator, because I personally want to now ask for clarification. Because when I said one voice, I thought I said each voice has to be heard for it to come to one voice. For one voice to happen, each voice has to be heard. When you said, and one clarification, it's okay, because I make mistakes all the time. When I gave you a high five, it was because I felt like you saw the significance of not misjudging the fact that when you talk as a parent, or in your case as an aunt, that people don't see you as a board member, they still see you as your board member. So I was acknowledging that. I was not in any way saying that your aunt voice doesn't.
No, I know,
I just want to make sure, and so.
because I've also stepped back, I used to attend a lot of the parent meetings and I'd go give my opinion, LCAT meetings, and I don't anymore because people do like, oh, well, I talked to this board member and this board member agrees with me, so this is what's gonna happen.
So the way we do that now is we come to one voice in this collaborative setting to discuss those issues. And so now I'm going full circle. I would never, ever want to intend or accidentally say that a voice as a parent doesn't count. It counts very much. It's a part of the collective voice. Just like I shared that there's a retired person here who doesn't have anybody in the school district. That voice is important too. You need each and every voice to be able to move the right things forward. That's what I'm trying to say. And that should be a bylaw of how we get to whether we want to call it one voice or collective voice. We've heard each voice so that we know which initiatives we can move forward.
So now can I ask another question, and I hope this is kind of touching on where you're going. What is your recommendation then, as a parent or aunt, if we are having an issue with a teacher or a principal or someone on a school site? What's the best course of action for us to address that, where it's not seen as, I'm gonna get you fired, kind of a thing,
Right.
but like, no, this does need to be addressed.
Or
Because I don't like the way it's
preferential
being handled.
treatment, even if you, because you know, we don't want to look at the negative if we bring that, we're trying to get somebody in trouble. We might just not want to get preferential treatment because it's not fair for our kid to get preferential treatment.
Right, but you do want to address the issue.
You still get to address the issue. And so what I'm doing when it's a parent is, when I have concerns with something's going on with another, I went straight to the superintendent. I didn't go to that teacher. And I said, I just want you to be aware, this is what I saw. And so now you get to deal with that however you think best, but now you get to deal with it systemically through the system. And so as a board member, remember we said that the board should be the last stop. For a board member, it's really the first stop. You're just going to go, you're going to say, hey, this is what I saw. You're going to look at it and say, yeah, it was a big deal. Or now you look at it, you might have to go to the board chair and say, Marty's really trying to push his way to get his daughter's GPA up because he's trying to get her into, you know, principal, whatever. And we want to be aware of that. I don't know, when you say that back to me. That's a bad example.
And I think that's how that happens, but I want to go back to what Myra said within that context is, it's not that as a parent that you don't have a voice, it's more so how you may be seen by the community. You may be saying things as a parent, but they're always going to look at you as a board member with more power. Is that?
It's 100%, but what happens if Myra sees something that she feels uncomfortable about as a parent for her child? Does she
say something?
What I'm suggesting is who she should say it to.
To who she should say it to.
Who should she say it to? If you go to the teacher and you think that, no, you're just talking as a parent, that teacher's seeing you, yes, as a parent, but also as a board member is what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So where do I go? And Shelley, thank you. I would ask our board members, go straight to the superintendent on that. Let them do a little bit of investigation to find out so that you can do it through this system, not through the power shift of going directly to the board.
And I think that's what happens. That's what has happened.
Mm-hmm.
Your voice, does anybody feel that their voice is needed, and did I address that? Because when you went down the road of saying that we use a bad outlaw, that one voice doesn't count.
Well, it wasn't saying that one voice doesn't count, is that, I mean, what I had heard was as a board member being a parent, we're no longer have a voice as a parent. And that's what I don't feel comfortable with, because I hear Mr. Davis and I do go to him, and I, for one, can speak for myself, but I try to lay low as a parent when I'm around my kids and doing school functions, because I'm aware of the perception is she's a board member. Sometimes I don't even like it when the principal says, oh, say I hired a board president, blah, 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 or trustee, and I'm just like, really, like I'm here as a parent.
Okay.
So I just, I don't know.
But you're never there, I'm just letting you know, you're never there as a parent, and whenever a board member is out of school, they should be introduced as a board member. Be truthful about it, because that's a beautiful thing to have.
But see, it's not, because then you don't have a voice as a parent, and then whatever you say is gonna get misconstrued, which then, and then what's your perspective? But that's just fine, sometimes I'm like, yeah, I don't wanna do this, if that's gonna be the case, I'd rather be that parent.
And so what I am not saying is that when you're there as a parent, that because you're there as a board member, your parent voice isn't real, it's still real. But what I am saying is that when you're there as a parent and a board member, you're still seen as a board member. So you can't, we can't show up as a parent and think we're not being seen as a board member. That's what I am saying. And so if I am a superintendent and one of my board members 7 times in the last 6 months has come to me with a problem with their teacher or whatever, now I'm making sure that you know that, because this feels non-board stuff. It feels more like a personal, area where this individual's got a lot of concerns about their teacher or this or that. You have to give time for the processes to fix the problems. The processes are supposed to be organic structures, and we have to stay true to it as best we can and give them a chance.
It almost feels like we're jumping the chain of command though, and it's like, I don't know, for me, working in the school system, if I had a board member's kid in my class and I knew that they were gonna go directly to the superintendent to complain about something that might have been a misunderstanding, miscommunication, like, to me, that's more intimidating than if that person came and spoke to me.
Yeah, and again, I'm not trying to rule out people being adults. If you miss my kid's lunch period or drop something or missed a grade or whatever, I'm going to that teacher to say, hey, Ralph got his grades back, he got a 0, but I think he handed this in. I'm not going to the superintendent over that. That's a daily normal function of what we all get to be adults. If I think you're picking on my child and I've seen it, or it's more of a serious thing, that to me is, I really want to go to the superintendent. And you guys, I'm saying that these roles are important. When we cross over every now and then, there's going to be some crossover. Let's look at it a freeway for a moment. If everybody is driving, let's at least say that we're all going in the same direction. Let's give it that. Because it's bad. If you're not going, you're really bad if you're not going in the wrong direction. Well, let's say we've all agreed, here's where we want to go as a district. We're trying to move in this direction. We're all agreeing to certain standard operating procedures. And so we're all moving in the same direction. Are we all moving the exact same speed? No, rarely. Again, I'm just getting a master's in mass transit when I went to get a master's. But anyway, I started that. If you can keep everybody moving at the same speed, you never have a traffic jam. It's fascinating truth, right? But they don't. And so people drive at different speeds. Guess what else destroys traffic? It sounds weird, weaving in and out. Weaving in and out creates breaks and stuff. So you're trying to get ahead and you're weaving, but that's causing a backlash for everybody else. And that actually hurts traffic. It doesn't help it. So again, it would be best if everybody stayed there and hanging at the same speed, right? But that doesn't always happen. So if you are moving between the lanes and go the same direction, at least use your blinkers, use some protocol, right? And don't get in people's blind spots. I mean, you have to do certain things to make traffic work. It's what I'm saying as a board SOPs. It's not going to be perfect. traffic's not gonna be all at the same speed, you're gonna have to change some lanes, you're gonna get over there a little bit. So you're not gonna want that teacher for your kid. That's possible. You may not think, man, that's a bad fit. Not that I think it's a bad teacher, but I think it's a bad fit for my kid. And they got put in that class. And by the way, Joey's in there, and Ralph and Joey are a terrible tandem together, and that's going to be bad. So you might have that concern. As a board director, you might go to the principal and say, I'm wondering. But before I did that, I might go to you or to the superintendent and say, should I go to the principal? What do you recommend? That's how I would handle it, because that's a lane change. I'm doing my signals the best I can. It's not going to be perfect, guys, but we don't want consistent bad driving habits. And I know I'm not answering it as clear as you want, but that's.
So what he's talking about, you do that. These changes, you do that. You have had those conversations to navigate, to keep the flow going. So you're already doing that. You do that. So it's good.
I'm saying it's hard to
It's
go
hard.
and process. The smaller the district, smaller the community, the harder it is. You better ask for clarity. Which brings me to the next step, which is, did you guys get a copy of this one? We had it all.
Yeah, we had to rank it.
Yeah.
Oh, rank it, yeah,
Oh,
So,
but mine didn't work.
okay. Well, this is just a simple opportunity for us to sort of take an assessment of how well we know each other, because when you know people, sometimes it's easier just to read their cues and you know that they're not creating a problem, they're just changing a lane. Or they're not really creating a problem, they just need to slow down a little bit, because some people will go the fastest they can to the exit and they'll cut 3 lanes over and get over. Other people are gonna move over gradually, right? We're all just different, and that's okay. But the more we understand each other, the better we know how to work with each other. So that's what this is. So we just ask ourselves, and if you will take out your papers right now, and just on number 1, if you were to look at your board as a team, the whole, not an individual, but as a whole, would you say that you have a holistic perspective that each person can see the big picture? On a scale of 1 to 5, 1 being no, they do not see the big picture, 5, they see that big picture, and 1, 2, 3, and 4 in between. Do you believe that everybody on this board really can see the big picture, a holistic perspective?
Could I ask a clarification question? Are you saying 1 through 5 based on how many people see it, or 1 through 5 based on how well we do as a team?
As well as you believe you do as a team.
Okay.
So if I was to rate this team and I said, man, these guys have a holistic perspective, they're seeing the big picture of education, the significance of it. On a scale of 1 to 5, 1 they're not getting it, 5 they get it, where would I be? Just write the number down. When you're trying to have collaboration in a public setting, will disagreeing be worth it on a scale of 1 to 5? Like if I disagree with you, I was said, I'm not sure. She must a lot of us in this said, I'm not sure I want. Do you think that if you disagree, it would be worth it? 1, no, I might as well just be quiet. Number 5, no, I'm going to speak up. Number 3, and this one may be a little difficult because when you were new, but I really understand the strengths and weaknesses of each other. And these people understand my strengths and weaknesses. I believe each person in here has the student's best interest in mind. 5, emphatically, 1, I'm not so sure. Then number 5 is, I believe people genuinely care about me on this team. What would you rate on that one? Yeah, they're looking at me, but they're not seeing me 5, because they get it. And just out of curiosity, we can go further to this or not. We'll see how much time we have at the end, if that's okay. But right now, if I was to ask you, what do you think is the most important question out of these 5, or what would have been, and I didn't ask it, right? If you think there's another one that would have been more important than these 5, but just write down the question that you think was the most important question for this It's because it's an assessment of a team. So out of all these 5, if you could only ask one question for this board, what question do you need to be asked? And if I didn't have it, you get to create it. Sometimes it's nice to move things off the hot seat a little bit, because this is a little deeper work, and we're actually happening to evaluate ourselves and reflect the awareness of the team as well. And so we don't necessarily like to be vulnerable, and we don't like to feel like maybe we're speaking against the team that we're trying to create. So sometimes what I would suggest you do, Matt, is evaluate me up to this point. I'm trying to create a team with you guys today. If you were to say, he has a holistic picture, or he genuinely cares about us, or disagreeing was worth it when you did I really try to answer, or was I just trying to dodge it to get to my point, right? If you were thinking like that, how would you rate our board training up to this point? And if you just put a number down there. 1 is, man, that guy, why did we even pay him anything? 5 is, he did a good job. And at this level, what I want us to do is to consider when we share on topics that can be sensitive and important, or in self-awareness. And the best things we do is to go around the circle to do it, to where we all weigh in on it. And we ask ourselves if we can do our best to share within 1 minute. Maybe it takes 2 minutes, but I try to not go more than 2 minutes, because you want to be timely and effective. And also, as board members, we want to be professionals in being able to share things that are important in a clear and concise manner. That's what makes a great board meeting. And so sometimes I actually use this as a timer and say, I'd like to give you 1 minute to answer that. We're all going to go around, because now I know it's going to take 6 minutes or 7 minutes, and we have that much time. If it takes 15 minutes, now it's not so much fun. But if you were to go around and you could answer how you feel about that, the end of this point, that's great. Or if you want to share, hey, this is where our team's at on one of these areas that's important to me, if we could just do that. Is that good? All right. And so, or would you mind starting on what it is that you might respond to out of either one of these 5 questions or the one I asked about myself?
So to respond to one of those, I would pick number 3, just because I struggled with that one, because it really depends on the topic of discussion. Because I mean, it's easy to say, yeah, I would argue if I feel strongly about it. But if I know it's something that the majority of the board feels strongly about as a collective body, then majority is it's going to move forward with what the majority rules are. And so for me, I it's just my personal opinion, but I don't think it'd be worth arguing over if I know majority of the board felt a certain way, which is fine, because we can all disagree, and we've all moved forward from it. So I really like this board and how we have moved forward from disagreements, that have come up. And, but I really think it depends on the topic. If it's something that's big that I don't know how everyone feels about it, then most definitely I'm going to speak up and give my opinion. But other than that, I feel like we did really well on the other 4.
Thank you.
I was looking at question 3 because I thought that's what you were answering, but were you saying on number 2, you gave us a score of 3?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes.
Okay.
I meant number 2.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Same. But for me, number 4 is a big one. my whole reason for being on the board is having students' best interest in mind.
Yeah.
And I think we score a 5 on that. I think every single one of us puts students first and cares about the students, including Mr. Davis.
Thank you.
If I could just clarify, that one was the important one for me too, number 4, because we're all here for the kids. But just the one I wanted to talk about.
It's so strange because I gave us a 5 on believes that each person has the student's best interest in mind, including Mr. Davis. I think that's just from being here with this group for this last year, 110%. I think that's the one that stuck out for me. And by the way, I think you also get a 5, but this to me is most important. I think that it's most important to all of us, so I give it a 5.
Thank you.
I feel the same way about number 4. I truly do believe we have that in our hearts. Number 4.
I gave us a 5 for number 4, but now that everyone's spoken, I think we understand each other's strengths and weaknesses pretty well too.
Isn't it hard to build capacity to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses as a board? Because you're in these public meetings. That's why these retreats are important. And again, these retreats aren't, I don't know why they would call these things retreats, because this, I've been on a retreat, this is not a retreat today.
When you go on the mountain.
Yeah. Yeah, I had some retreat earlier this week, but anyway, I appreciate the reality. This is hard work. And I love the fact that you folks are really digging in and you are learning from each other. You're listening to each other. And then Superintendent Davis, what's your response to this?
Well, 4 is a given for me, so that's too easy for me, and I don't want to take it easily out. But we're blessed in that.
Yeah.
And I know that from my core. No matter the challenges, in my core, I know everyone wants the best for our kids. That's too easy. So for me, it's number 1, I think, is a great question to have from my perspective, the big picture, because that's what the climate is. And I will say for you, Marty, you're doing tough work in having real conversations to wait a second and to maneuver. That doesn't always happen. And so that's we're fortunate in that to have you here doing that, because this is the real work to get it forward.
And you guys are asking real questions, and it's so exciting for me because to be on a board for 18 years, sometimes we don't ask the right questions. And when we do, it's not coming across as an objection, it's a clarification, help me understand. And I really see that here. And it does make me excited to work with you guys. I'm pleased for this day.
Could I give you a 5?
I gave you 5 also.
Terrence, you said holistic perspective. What did you give it?
Um,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Well, that's a good question. I have a 3. I have
Okay.
a 3. Because there's some, I think, but I think we can do. I think there's room for improvement, and that's what we're talking about. That's
And most boards, we're moving right into this, have an individual lens, which is usually a passion point with us, which is why we used our paid personnel to get on the board. And so we need to start from there. But when we are collaborative as a board, it becomes holistic. That's how it really works. But we need to own that we came at it with a personal agenda, and that's okay, right? We all have agendas. I hope we all have some convictions. And so usually it was our conviction that drove us, but our convictions are increased when we get to hear others' convictions, and we get to see how it can really work on a holistic. So standard operating procedures, which is, Leslie, a process to deal with one of those specific things that you're asking from the very beginning. And so I get why you had urban plan. You can, urban plan, no, is there systems, is there structures in place? How does this really work? That's what she and I were chatting beforehand. And so basically we've got to have real clarity when it comes to the board roles. We're giving direction from a vantage point of being a liaison to the community. So this community elected us, or some of us are appointed, or elected us as a community liaison. That's what we are. And so we're bringing those perspectives and those ideas. That's what we do. In that, we have to have processes in place to where we're moving things forward in our district. But the way that we move them forward is actually through a superintendent, not through our own efforts. Does that make sense? So you move initiatives forward through the superintendent. We don't move them through as great, amazing, active board members. We create a great, amazing, active team that moves the right initiatives forward. It's a little bit different. So you've got to have these behavioral expectations accurate up front. The way that we do that is, number one, is we're going to decide this is what we're going to do before we ever even have a meeting. This is how we're going to behave. These are going to be our patterns. And basically what you do there is you have individual agendas that are understood. Here's what I care most about. So we share that with the board. Then from that, you're moving to collective agendas. And then guess what? Every month, you usually have an agenda review. So here's the agendas that we're moving forward, because we've talked about this as a collective voice. I often could see some of my concerns in the agenda items that are being voted on. Sometimes I don't see them in there because they were Myra's or somebody else's. But I'm okay with that because we listen, we talk, and we know that those are the ones that we're moving forward at this time. But you've got to have an awareness of what your agenda is, and you have to have processes for each individual agenda to be heard, for them to be basically prioritized and ranked, and then the right ones moving forward.
I'm not seeing that in our, we're on the same page. I'm not seeing it in our, and this is just an observation. I'm first year here, but one of the things that I'm seeing, and it's not a criticism, it's more of an observation. We get told as board members, this is what's going to be on the agenda. And oftentimes, I mean, I'm saying it as not as a president, but I'm saying it as a board member. Oftentimes I have no idea what's going to be on there. And I've asked for us to have, especially in large items that are thousands, hundreds of thousands of dollars, for us to have a heads up ahead of time so we can see, instead of it being like this was due in April and we're voting on it in May and it's already been pretty much signed. That bothers me because that in itself ends up being an agenda for me, because as you know, research, it's like, oh, whoa, where's the planning in this? And do we have all the facts? We're talking about $500,000, we're talking about, and long-term. And for me, that is one of the things that I was talking about when I was talking about collaboration and conversation, and how is that not rubber stamping something? If we aren't aware.
Sometimes we're not rubber stamping things, but we're not aware. So what we did as a board is we said anything that's over $100,000, we're going to vote on as a board. If it's under $100,000, we as a board don't even need to vote on it because it's moving things forward. If it's an existing contract, then you're notifying us. If it's under $100,000, you can do that. So we're not trying to be myopic and inadvertently slow you down or keep you from managing your district. If it's over a certain amount, then we do want to know what it is so that we can review it in a timely manner. And so that's what we do as a board, is we set operating procedures to be kind of in the minutia up front of saying, here's the amounts that we think can be district acted on without our approval, and here's amounts that they need to be voted on as a board. So those are areas that you can bring clarity around that.
Well, and it really, actually, it's not, Terrence, I mean, these were things that were here long before, because he became superintendent just a year before two of us got on, and I'm just saying some of these things were long-standing things, and it was like, are these really necessary? Is this really going to help our students progress? Is it going to help streamline? Is it going to move us into the future and not have, it wasn't things that's why I said it's not a criticism, it's an observation. Are these things, for me, are these things that are going to move us forward? or these things that we've just always done, and now we're just gonna bring it here and we're just gonna say yes and vote on
And
it.
they could, but that's still not where we're standing. If it's something that's in place, it's a necessary part of the mechanism of keeping the infrastructure moving forward, then that might come up. Food plans or this or that, who knows what that might be. If there are a major change in it or something, then we do need to have discussion and you need to be able to give us enough time in advance to be able to say, well, okay, now we understand, because now we can go back to the community and then help them understand why we're moving in that change. And so that just has to be a conversation that you have. And it might even begin with, I don't understand this. You look at it, you say, there's been a question here, now you're aware of the question. You get to say, is there a rest of it? If not, then maybe you're coming back and you're following and saying, Leslie, help me understand a little bit more on this, because this is a thing that's normative or whatever. And is there something in place that we can do? Because you're sure that she was the only one that shared it, no one else did, so you don't need to make it a thing to involve the whole board. Why? Because you as a board are moving a certain things forward, and you can't take on everything. You're trying to move the most important things forward, but as we as a board, excuse me, if we haven't given clear directions to what those most important things are, we often go around things that are just most important to us. But we've got to know what's most important. And here's my major concern in my leadership as a board director, that it took me until that almost 10 years before I was able to say, we need to do something great, And then it was so wonderful that vice president of the board at the time that asked me to be president, literally said to me, okay, you want to do something great? What does great look like? What would it be? And we as a board had to stop everything and say, this would be great if we did this. And we came up with what really great looks like. Now we're able to do our part as a board. We knew who we were, we know what's great, we know what we better focus on. And so we didn't have to focus on all the other things. That was your responsibility. The other things are the other things, right? Now, if those, and I'm not minimizing it, I mean, like if it was something that you're aware of that because you've heard this or know that, even though it's an ongoing thing, it might be significant. So you get to bring it up. You bring it up to you, you hear it, you confer. The rest of us not, we let that one go. Then you might even look at, okay, how does that concern create momentum for our real concern as a board? So you would answer from that perspective. But what's the biggest problem of most boards, and it took me 10 years, is to say, and here's our compelling direction. This is who we are. This is where we're going. We know what's most important for our community, and we vetted it, and we're doing it. Until we as a board have done that, we often do other things.
There's a lot of complexity in what you just said. But what I'm taking out of that is the big picture is what the board wants, which again, our priorities go back to our goals, so we have that. So what I hear you saying is, and correct me if I'm wrong, that's what the focus is. There's a lot of other things under that. And I think, Leslie, to your point, to be very clear about it, I think the concern is because of her level of involvement and knowledge and experience and history, here's all these things. And by the time the board agenda is featured, from the time the board meeting is, that isn't enough time on certain issues to have a full grasp of what that is. So I think, and I may be wrong, you're feeling in that moment, I have this pressure, or I don't have enough information to be able to vote on this now because it's X amount of dollars or whatever it is for the topic. And so,
Or it's the right direction.
or is this the right
for us.
program or direction? So
For us.
I think I've been struggling with this for a while, and you and I have had conversations about this. So how does Leslie get that information in a timely manner? Because sometimes I don't know. Here's the thing that comes, and yes, there's organization, we're working on that. But in a general sense, is that something that, from your perspective, you have to let go of certain things? Or you say, this is the concern, so maybe we take it off the agenda, and we have an informational item.
My job as a board member is to set direction. It's called the board of directors. That's what you're called. So I'm setting direction. If I spend too much time on the management, I'm crossing that line. I need to have some understanding as to why the way that you're implementing is going to move the initiative forward. Those are, and if you haven't explained that to me well enough, or we haven't enough information, if I can't see it all, then maybe we get to camp there, right? And so, but what we don't want to do is to sit there and say, we want you, you know, or we want you to consider this, this or that. You can't hear that from one board member. You have to have one voice leadership. This is what we asked you as a district to do. We asked you to do these two things. These are the most important things. It's a given that you're using money correctly. It's a given that you're following the laws. It's a given that boom, boom, boom. If there's issues in those, then you're gonna have to tell us, right?
Okay, I don't think, I don't feel heard.
Yeah, thank you for sharing that.
What I'm saying, and I don't want to get into real specifics, but what I'm saying is that sometimes allocating hundreds of thousands of dollars for people outside that are not, it's not moving us in the direction that we all want to go in the best interest of the students. And we find out the day of the board meeting that we're supposed to, approve something. And we've had these conversations, and what I'm hearing you say that there's individual agendas before the board meeting, but I don't feel that there are individual agendas. I feel like it's getting better, but I feel like at the very beginning, there were just agendas for the district, and they came and there were tons of them, and we were just, stamping them.
Yeah.
And that's what I'm saying about stamping, because none of those things were brought up, and it was always an urgency. It was always something that happened last week, last month, 2 months ago. And my question was, I'm not trying to micromanage. My question is, why weren't these brought up so that we would have a clear understanding before they were, before it was already rubber stamped, or before it was already expected to be? Now, it's getting much better this year, but when I see individual agendas and prepared, that hindsight is not, to me, it doesn't address
There has to be.
those. There has to be an ability for us to actually direct instead of just rubber stamping.
Correct, and what we have to be careful, because two things that you shared, and I don't know which direction they could go, and so it's a good non-judgment observation from my vantage point, is saying that they were voted on and rubber stamped. It may be that the rest of them don't, the rest of your board doesn't feel like they were rubber stamping anything. They may have known where it was and felt good about that, right? It might not have been a rubber stamp, but from your perspective, it could have been.
Well, no, but I mean, this has been brought up numerous times by various board members, that why are we continuing to do this? And why is this, why is this still on the,
So, but what I'm suggesting is we need to be careful when we say other people rubber stamped it. It's okay to feel that way, or to ask it, to have conversation about it, but it just because.
No, I said, I feel that I'm rubber stamping,
Right.
because I don't feel that,
And I
that I
just,
was prepared.
what I
That's all
heard
I'm
you say,
saying.
I'm going to be a little dot nectar, but I did hear you say that things were rubber stamped. It may be true, they may not have been, but we want to be careful when we say that. That's all I'm saying. We don't know if everybody else felt like they were rubber stamped. They could. We need to have that conversation. The other thing that we, and this is just good learning moments for all of us, is that when we say that that particular agenda item might have been hundreds of thousands, was it the best interest of students? The rest of us may have felt it was in the best interest of students. And so I don't know the conversation that y'all had around it, because I'm not aware. But we want to be careful that when we come and we say, hey, this was not in the best interest of students, sometimes that's from my perspective, it wasn't in the best interest of students. And sometimes that's a good perspective to share, because we might be able to say there's something better that could have happened, right?
But there
So
was no
you
time to share. That's what I'm saying, the prepared part.
And I really have heard you in that time aspect of it, and I'm bringing alongside of that the fact that sometimes we are heard, and sometimes we think things are rubber stamped when they weren't. And so that is a difficult balance, and what we want to be able to do is to say, I'm not sure I was, or you did a beautiful thing, and thank you so much for saying that. Or I'm not sure that I haven't I'm comfortable moving this initiative forward and voting on such that. I'm not sure I've had enough time. We've got to be able to have that opportunity to say that. When we say it, we've shared it with you or with you, you now get to ask the rest of the board, do you feel that way? Right? If the rest of the board doesn't feel that way, it might have just been important to bring one board member up to speed, whoever that one board member is, not have to slow everything down to bring it all back. But sometimes it's worth it because it's so important to the community. Hey, we'll slow down and speed that one up. That's a collective conversation we get to have. And if you have a bunch of new board members, you're going to have more of that than if it would have been two, and then 3 or 2.
Can I say, I do appreciate, I don't know if this started with Myra because we weren't here before, but when the agenda comes out, I believe it comes out on Fridays for all of us. I don't read it on Friday because that's my last day of work. I like to detox, I'll just say
Yes.
that way. So I usually look at it Saturday morning, jot down any questions that I have. I look forward to Tuesday getting the questions that everyone else asked and the answers, because there might be something that I'm like, oh, I didn't think about that. I'm glad so-and-so asked that. Or it might bring up other questions in my mind. So I don't know if that was always happening before, or if that was something you guys started when we
That
came
process
on.
works for you, right?
I personally like it because, I mean, sometimes I'm reading through something and it makes sense to me, so I don't question it. But then I see what someone else asked about it and I'm like, oh yeah, I didn't think about it that way. What was the answer? So it's helpful to me, but like I said, I don't know if that's like a new thing, but.
It was like that before, but I don't feel like others' questions were shared with the full board.
I was gonna say that. I think we would send our questions and then just get answers.
To your questions.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate seeing everyone's questions and the answers because it helps me process.
How can you be collaborative if you don't know what other people feel and thinking? We're collaborative problem solvers. It's okay. It's okay to ask the questions. It's okay to share things. It's okay to get a feedback and maybe not have it acted on. Right? Oh, there's clarity. Now I get it. Which is part of communication. Oh, there's clarity. I understand it now. I see it. So the agenda reviews are important, and they need to be in such a way that we have enough time to feel like we have been heard and given adequate answers. And then I noticed that you do it well. If you didn't feel like you had enough time, you can at the beginning of the meeting say, I'd like to have this removed from the agenda. That is a good governmental structure in place as a safeguard, just in case. And then that will show you with the rest of the votes of the board whether or not it was just you or others. But can't we do that before you have to come to a public board meeting and then do it there? That should be the last time it happens, not the.
I have to say that, I was saying that about the repair thing, but I think we've gotten so much better, so much better. This year has been a struggle, but it's also been a really amazing time of, rubbing against each other and really coming together. That's just my perspective, but I think it really has been a lot better.
Which is why you have question 5 back there. Each person genuinely cares about me. Because sometimes it doesn't feel good to be rubbed against, right? It really doesn't. But if you think, well, wait a minute, we're really trying to work it out. This is part of how it works. You can't have a team without some tough stuff. Then, okay, I get it. They care about me. They're not just trying to get their way. They're not trying to run over me. So that's all right. It is time for lunch. I don't want to keep a lunch from being acted on. Or your chicken on that. Can I say that during board meetings is your greatest opportunity to model collaborative problem solving, because they're being broadcast, people are watching, district teams watching. And when we actually model collaborative problem solving during the team, when we're respectful, when we share things, when we're a little vulnerable, when we can say, hey, I think I need more information on that, that is so healthy. Or if you could even say, you know what, I may have made a mistake in saying that. Wow, because nothing is achieved without making a few mistakes. So you're actually giving other people permission to make some mistakes as long as they're trying to do the right things. And you are the.
Right outside.
Oh, that's so awesome.
So we're gonna go on a pause.
Yeah.
Yes.
Pause for, if you want, you can do a break again. Maybe like 2 minutes for lunch, and I'll switch to
Hey, we're gonna take a lunch break, should be back within 30
I'd like to
minutes.
go on record as saying Edith has been amazing to work with, coordinate, and been very supportive. Thank you so much.
You turn back, you turn backwards so that we don't, they're not watching us, see if they can hear it.
They can hear it.
But you
We're
can't
good.
see
We're
it,
back
so-
on record. They can't see it.
So during the board meetings, the last thing we talked about was modeling. And even today where we're learning some new things and having, good conversation around it, it can be a little awkward at times. So we just have to build that in and be okay with it. And that's what leaders do, because whenever you have change, it's gonna be awkward. And I love the fact that you brought up the roundabouts. No, I mean, you're not gonna put a roundabout in somewhere and not have discussion. And the more discussion you have up front, when the roundabout goes in, the better off it's gonna be. And so it's okay to talk, and I really do appreciate the more timely we can do things, more timely we can get information, more time we have to discuss things. But what we wanna make sure we do as a board, and this is what you'll see is after the board meeting, is also to communicate why the decisions that we made as a board are moving the most important things forward. And if we can't communicate why we're moving the most important things forward, we need to be careful with what we do communicate. So a lot of us, when we see change, we're automatically confused a little bit by it. And so for some of our people, they actually still believe in those 3 R's. And the 3 R's, in a world of AI and the other things that are hitting us, it's a different approach to education now than it was reading, writing, and arithmetic, right? And so those are components, they're still significant, they're part of the foundations of learning, but you've got to be able to move beyond that. So that's new and that's changed, and we're gonna have to have some conversations around it. That's reality. What we don't want to do is to minimize how hard change is. Change is hard, and therefore we're gonna have to be on the same page. Sometimes what we do at best practice is when we come to the conclusion of a board meeting, we actually say, all right, these were just as a reminder, these are what we voted on. This is how these actions improve our initiatives and improve our district. And here's some of the talking points we'll want to take away. And so now we all have some talking points. And if you bring those talking points up at a board meeting, now the rest of us as a board are actually having genuine input into the talking points. And so we can always have that opportunity to do that. So that's a potential best practice. And it takes a little time to get there, but we often will say we're going to use the last 5 minutes of the board meeting to clarify talking points on the most important initiatives. And so that way we all have an opportunity to know how to carry the voice of the board, one voice instead of just my perception of that meeting. Those are thoughts that I can look at, but that's called a voice from the board. When you have it, you can say the reason that we made this decision because we did believe it was in the best interest of students. It was a student-centered decision. Because some of us feel very strongly about things, but it may not have been student-centered in this season of the life and man. So if we can agree that the board collectively came up with that, now we're in agreement that that was the decision of the board, and we at least can say, and every one of you said that in the assessment, that you believe that the rest of us at this board or at this table has the student's best interest in mind. Each one of you agree with that. Is that accurate?
Yes.
And so we lean into that. And again, it may not have gone exactly the way I wanted it to, but I have confidence that we're moving the right things forward that we can do as a board and as a district right now. With that in mind, what is the next thing? So that's the first thing for One Voice is be student-centered. What is the next? The next is being able to echo what we believe is important through the activities and the voice of the superintendent And here, Superintendent, I think you understand this and wear it well, but a superintendent, now this is third person plural, it's not directed to you, but as a superintendent in the school district is the face of the district. And you, just like we're always going to be a board member wherever we go, we just have to own that. We are a board member as long as you're on the board. So you can't go to the city council and say, I'm just speaking to you as a parent. City council's looking at you and say, no, you're a board director who is speaking tonight as concerned member on the city council, to the city council. You speak to the city council, do that, but just recognize that you're being seen as a board director as well.
Did you tell on me?
No.
I haven't had conversations, it's like, it's just that I've worked with boards long enough to know that these are things that happen, right? They really are. So what I'm suggesting is that we own it. We own that we're board directors, and that's okay. And so we're going to learn how to make that work for the best interests of the most people that we can in our community. And there's times that we will collaboratively come up with things to share. But we also want to own that we as board directors are not the face of the district. Because usually when things go wrong, from what I've seen, guess who gets fired? It's not the board member. You can't even hardly recall a board member. There's very little you can do to a wayward board member. But superintendents are being dismissed and attacked all the time. So that they are the face of the district. So we need to learn how to build the best support system around the things. A good superintendent is going to carry out the voice of the board. In fact, not only are they carrying out, but our voice is being carried through the face. But superintendent, your voice, while you're the face, your voice is actually a collective voice. It's a collective voice in terms of this is the direction the board is sent, and they've utilized my expertise to move these initiatives forward. Also, I'm the voice of the district in the sense that I have a staff and a team that is going to be moving these initiatives forward as well. So that's what it means, that there is a voice here. Your voice is to make sure that the district moves the board's initiatives forward with fidelity. And that's what we as a board do to supervise to make sure it's happening. That's what that one voice means. That brings us to the power of the next area of what boards have to do well. And that's how you have to have a shared vision, and it has to be around student success. If you don't have a clear vision of what student success looks like, if it's not shared at your heart, you will not be that great of a board. You'll be a discovery board, a board on discovery. What is the best for students? If you can't tell me, I'd like for you to write it down right now on your sheet, but I'd like for you to tell me what you believe is the most important components of student success right now. What are some of the most, so when you look at it and you're going to go to a community member and you're going to say, I understand how to set a student up for success. In fact, students will be successful when blank. How would you finish that statement? Student success equals this. Students will be successful when, if you'll just take a few minutes and finish that statement. All right, your board team are writing volumes. I'm winning the Myra is quick and to the point in her responses. It's awesome. All right, so what I'm going to suggest now is a suggestion that what you wrote may be one of the most important things that you do as a board member. One of the most important things you do is that you're able to communicate from your perspective. Students are successful when you complete that statement, that might be the most important one for them. And now I'm going to ask the amazing Myra, who is great with being able to document things quickly and concisely, if you would read our statement for us as well up there. That says, imagine
Imagine what students could achieve if they felt fully supported by a community truly committed to their success.
Now, Superintendent, would you read that same statement one more time for us, please?
Imagine what students would achieve if they felt fully supported by the community, truly committed to their success.
I want to be that student in that spot. I want to know that that's where you're coming from, that you actually do have my best interest in mind. And not only that, you care about me and you know what success is, but you're going to build a community that will help me get there. I can get there alone. Every student knows that. Even the middle schoolers, it's probably you probably decide. But when we're in middle school, we think everything's revolving around us. We still need people at every juncture of the road. I did cultural surveys through some of the urban planning things that I've done with schools to get the school climate. I did that work with IBM for 3 years. It was fascinating. We would go into a school and we would ask questions to find out what the current culture and climate of the school was. One of the questions that we'd ask is, what motivates you, student, to come to school today? What motivated you to come to school today? That was the question we asked. I want you to know that 94.6% of the time, 94.6% of the time, when you ask a student what motivated you to come to school today, the answer is to see my friends. 94.6% of the time. It's fascinating to understand. So they're imagining what it feels to be connected. Be careful. Teachers know this is through John Henry skill that if you want to increase student learning or accelerate education, you have to increase student engagement. They have to feel that they're cared for, that there's an engagement going on. So what I'm suggesting is they're imagining it, friends. They really are. And to know that you're imagining it with them and building it is significant. So what we now recognize is that the way that one person is going to imagine is going to be different than another person's imagine. The power is bringing those together and talking about the most important ingredients for this relevant community right now. Right? So a shared vision around student success is moving this question forward. And I'm curious is when you look at yours, has your board had an opportunity to really do that? To be able to stop down. Sometimes we look at this action, this individual action item, this experiment, we're voting on these things. And have we ever been able to do two things? One, say this is what student success really is. We've had long, meaningful conversations that involve student voice too. I mean, did the students come to that? When you were talking about, hey, this is what a successful student is, was it your idea or did we include students sharing that as well, right? So put that on the back burner. The other thing is, as we as the board members, have we been able to identify our passion points and our agendas? Have you ever done that? And so I'm looking to ask you, have you? Most boards haven't had an opportunity to say, you know what? Here's my agenda. This is why I got on the board. This is what is important. I actually am very passionate about this. And we've been able to share that in a collaborative setting. Most of us haven't been given that opportunity.
Actually, Mr. Davis asked us that the very first day before we even became board members in here, and wanted to know what, why we wanted to do this.
That's great. Yeah. So you eventually had that opportunity, and what's very meaningful as a board team is to get to hear it and to see each person talk about it. So like, man, you're talking about the strengths and the weaknesses. Talk about the passion. You can see it when people start discussing that.
What our passions are.
Most boards haven't had an opportunity.
In January of last year, when we were doing the board governance, this is when Sandy Lyons was here. Maybe that was 2 years ago.
Oh, I wasn't here then.
I know there was a question
Sandy
you
was
guys
on
kind of
why.
talked about, and I gathered that information to know your why and what drives you.
I don't think we've done it with
It was
the board members.
when they just came on board and we were reviewing the handbook.
Yes,
Right.
it's like a year ago. That was the last one.
That was a blur.
And what's amazing is after an opportunity to see the potential influence of a board, of a team. You gotta look at it and see that there's a collective why that can really move things. It's a powerful. And when you as a board or at CSBAs and others, and you really know who you are and where you're going, it's very powerful. And so we want to make sure we hit those PowerPoints. This community is actually depending on you to be able to know what that is. Here's what's interesting. The community is asking you to imagine for them, just like these students are asking you to help be a part of imagining it for them. The community wants to have you articulate what they're already feeling and believing and imagine. And then the community's wanting to see you making progress and have that become a reality. That's what wants to do. And so just like we need to be able to have our own insights, this is what student success equals. We also have to have insight. This is what I believe our community believes student success is. And it might be a portion of the community that we're representing or that we're aware of. But when we have the conversation, it becomes holistic. Because one of the greatest gifts that you can give to your community is to help them understand how to leverage the strength of other people in the community that have different perspectives. Because not everybody is going to make it in the NFL. Not everybody is going to be a lawyer. Not everybody's going to be in construction. Not everybody's going to be a teacher. And so you've got to be able to build structure. Remember where we have unlimited opportunities and access for people to become their own teachers. Those are the things that we want to be able to build. So we have to be able to articulate it in such a way that the community can say, yeah, that really is important. Whether I have a personal vested interest or whether I just live here, right? They have to be able to see, wait, that is important because these students are my neighbors. These students are my community. These students are the ones who will be painting on my fence or maybe replacing my fence or maybe doing medical checks on me or taking me to a hospital. I mean, we all need each other. We need to understand the significance of that and having the best version of people being our neighbors so that we can also be the best version of ourselves to them. So that's where we're going with this. So I just want to ask you now, when you look at yours, if you would share one or two of the words or your thoughts on student success. And so Lucy, can we start with you and then work around the other way? Success looks like this, bro.
Students need a great learning environment in order to succeed. Great facilities, material, personnel.
That all is a lot. It's called, in the technical term is called a supportive learning environment. And everything you said is significant. It really is. Thank you.
Mine is students being involved and engaged in learning with staff who care.
Thank you.
Mine's students, each student is successful when they are able to gain important education and put it into practice as leaders for tomorrow.
It's not just information, it's living it.
No, it's yeah.
All right.
Like I kind of did two-part.
Go ahead.
Students feel safe in their learning environment. That's when students become successful, and that doesn't mean fear for their lives. That means safe to learn and know that people care about them. And I think the true measure of student success is when they are able to become a productive, contributing member to society.
I'm hoping you're seeing all the heads nodding. You guys, this is getting better and better as we keep going.
So students will be successful when they can be independent with the knowledge they have obtained to navigate the real world.
Wonderfully. And then superintendent.
When students independently think, act, and are prepared to improve their lives and the lives of others in the world that we live in.
I was hoping somebody would say when we become collaborative problem solvers, because I would have been able to do a drop. But I've loved everything I've heard, and everything really does fit and grow, doesn't it? And so the work of the board is to say, okay, with that being said, with that being voiced, with that being brought to the table, how do we refine that to make sure that the most important things come to the top, right? And so you're looking for words, and this is where we do an all-day workshop with boards, and we bring student voice in advance, and we just work at coming up with what's called a shared vision, and we end up with maybe 30 or something words, and then we narrow them down and find out how they're paired, how they grow. But it's a wonderful thing when you can come up with more than just a mission statement or a vision statement. Mission statements and vision statements are helpful, but they're usually more like a tagline than a reality for somebody. And they're usually something that we've created for somebody else instead of that being built in, where we as some of the teachers, some of the students, some of the parents, some of the business leaders, some of the retired people, when they come together and really say, yes, this is important. Yes, this is what's going to make us want to be motivated to support the school. This is what motivates us to send our kids to school. This is what motivates us to trust our children with the Bangor School District. So that's a work, but what you've shared is the beginning point of having the opportunity to maybe build that. What I would suggest is for us to get there is that you have to move from one place to another. Where we get to move from is our specific agenda. It could be good, it could be not so good, who knows? Because again, I have seen some people that get on the board just because they're leaders and they have a need to lead. And they think that that's going to make a good board member. Whereas a good board member isn't somebody who needs to lead, it's a collaborative problem-solving member. And so we have to look at these agendas and find out, sometimes our agenda was a really good one, but we've got to be able to meld it with the others to create something better. And so that means that our personal agendas have to be owned, but they have to be integrated. And again, I'm repeating myself, but it's that significant. So we start with that, but what we're moving to is now saying, wait a minute, who are our constituents here? So our constituents really aren't just those who elected us into this position. Our true constituents, if we believe what we've been saying, are the students who don't even get to vote. They're the true constituent. They're the ones that we're doing all this work for. We're not doing it for Ralph and Gertrude, our neighbors. We're doing it for Ralph and Gertrude, the students for the future. That's who we're doing this for. And so what we have to be able to do is say, wait, we're moving from what we think is best to a collective best, and we're going to make sure that it's in the best interest of students. And it has to be not only for right now, but it has to be preparing them for a future. And guess what? Educational cycle is 14 years. Well, not just 12 anymore. It's 14 years just to get people ready for that amazing success in this world that we live in. So one of the issues that we sometimes see as board members is we see the old system, and the old system is the way that we build direction is through compliance, forcing compliance or control. And so we've seen people put a lot of focus on what we call controlled narratives. They're trying to control the narrative of creating the narrative. And so they're getting loud, and they're stating their point, and they're trying to leverage and move things to get their way. And we're saying that what we're talking about is not that. What we're saying is that we have to co-construct a vision that's going to be in the best interest, not only of one voice, but because we've taken into consideration all voices. And so what I call that is very simple, but I call it moving from each to every. So we hear each voice, but we do what's best for every. Just like as a board, what we do in here as a board today is we work hard to hear each person's voice. And we've been pretty good about sharing the time. But some of us who are better talkers, then I try to ask other people to read or talk, maybe that are a little quieter. And so, because your voice is important, but we want to hear each voice, but ultimately you're going to have to build something for the one voice, which is every voice of this world. So again, it's not dismissing anyone's voice, it's hearing their voice and building it. Because we built it, we met out one voice. And oh, by the way, this one voice gives direction to the superintendent, so that the superintendent has one boss. Oh, by the way, we're all individually part of that boss team, and we're going to be able to deal with that in a moment when we talk about accountability. But that's how this has to work. And so moving from each to every is hard. I would suggest to you that it's one of your primary responsibilities as a board members to share this with our community. Because our community, we all think that our agendas are the best. We all think that our experiences and our definition of student success is the best. We have to be able to say to your community, you know why you can trust the Banning Unified School District? Because this board has heard each voice and they're building something that's in the best interest of it. We're moving from each to every. Each matters to us, but ultimately we're doing the things that are going to be in the best interest of every student that we get. So we have to have every in mind, but we've heard from each. And I believe that this board has done that. I believe our district's committed to that. So while you may not have gotten your way this time, you can be confident that this board has heard your voice. So now, that being said, I'm interested in what your thoughts are on this concept of each to every. How do you feel about it?
I actually think that education is a partnership. And I've said this before, partners in education. Every single person is a partner in that.
Yeah.
So I'm really on board with that.
I love it when you can say I'm on board with the board. I mean, that's where that idiom came from. I'm on board. See, boards get everybody together. Everyone have a different insight on it? Is there a better way to express it?
I think Leslie said it pretty good.
We've got to be able to share this with the community, that we really have taken our time to understand student success. We've heard each voice. We had a whole day dedicated to it, just on the formulating of the words. And we had 6 months of background work to make sure that each voice was invited and given the opportunity to speak to it. When you can say that, you can then move to this side that's just saying student success is at the center of everything we do. And that's what this slide's about. So we're going to say the board is allocating resources, the board's doing the work of governments, but it's all because we believe in student success. And this is what we do believe is the significance of student success. Then we look at it and so we believe that the superintendent has the right expertise and experience to move student success forward. And he's going to be able to manage departments to move it in that direction. And so we're holding him accountable to do that. And then you're also able to say that the goals that we have as a board are shared with the superintendent, which means they're shared with the district. They're shared goals. They're not irrelevant. They're not just us sharing our personal agendas. They're not us being placated by the district or the superintendent. No, they're meaningful work, and we know they have to move forward. So this really is an important slide, just to be able to say to the community, no, we really are student-centric. And when we say student-centric, this is what we mean. The one that we haven't talked about, which is I think it's on your right, I'm a little messed up sometimes, but where it talks about board now initiatives, this is the most important one, and this is where most boards go on. Now, we did this earlier, is that we really don't have a clearly defined statement to our community as to what we believe are the most important things that we're moving forward. And so what I would suggest to you on that side is that the rest of the world knows what's the most important. So I just pulled this off McKinsey and some other research, but they're saying that the most important thing right now for student success, their definition, is creating what they call Ready Now leaders. Isn't that interesting? That's what they're calling Ready Now leaders. And so in here it says learner, but it actually is leader. But I am making my shift when I type it. I think this is almost interesting to me that I typed in learner instead of leader when it's leader. But in my mind, a leader is such a learner that I actually typed it wrong. It's okay. But anyway, Ready Now leaders, or we're going to call them Ready Now learners, they're saying we need to make sure that people understand leadership and it's ready now, they're relevant. And so that's what the people who are hiring people to move our country forward are looking for. And what's interesting is that there's some specific skills they believe are necessary in that. And those skills, there's going to impact the future of the world. And the skills that are interesting to pull up from, those skills are going to be around follow through. They're going to be around relational skills, or the ability to connect to people, the ability to build team. That's what they're saying is important. When you look at it, and I'll send it to you, you'll have the website. Very little is said about grades. Very little is said about test scores, graduation rates. What's interesting, those things didn't make the most important to the people who are hiring everybody for our world. Now, I'm not saying those things aren't important, because those things are indicators of how well people move through our educational system, right? They're indicators, but they don't define whether or not we set a student up for success. So what do we usually talk about? Graduation rates, test scores, attendance, behavioral incidences, right? And so what the world's talking about is leadership, ability to connect, ability to do things, relational interconnection. So we want to make sure that we build that into your definition of student success. And you guys shared that when you brought up interested in that. That being the case, what we're going to want to make sure that we do as a board then is to develop a statement that says we believe these things are the most important for our community. And then what we want to do is say, and here's the 2 to 3 things that we're doing to move that forward. When we can do that, we're moving the right things from our perspective forward and creating momentum. If we're not articulating what the most important things are, what are we measuring? We'll fall back to measuring what other people measure us on. Graduation rates, test scores, grade level completion, behaviors, and attendance. That's what we'll be graded on. And so I suggest that we become a board that says, yeah, those will be indicators that we're watching, but what we're doing is we're building these kind of humans. Boom. The way we get there is that we're going to have to say we're committed to building what those things are, and then we're going to hold ourselves accountable to it, and we're going to hold the superintendent accountable to it, and we're going to measure the progress that we're making through what's called an evaluation. So I'm all over working with school districts. The majority of the school boards that I'm working with do not evaluate themselves. The majority. They've never had a board self-evaluation. Isn't that interesting? So how do I know how well I'm really doing if I'm not evaluating the progress that I'm making? It's fascinating to me that they don't. Not all school boards even do an annual evaluation of superintendents, and in most states it's required, it's legal, they're supposed to. They're not even doing those. So I would say it like this. The truth is, you're going to get what you evaluate, you're going to get what you tolerate, and you're going to get what you celebrate. And somebody, I want to say thank you, saying that we should celebrate the successes that we're making. I heard someone say that earlier, it's so true. So let's see evaluation as a positive opportunity to measure progress. It's not punitive. It's finding out if there's ways that we're moving the dial, and can we move it faster? Can we be more effective? What would happen if we increase resources to that? Or if we built new policy around it to make sure that moves forward? Let's evaluate whether or not our community believes we have the right initiatives in the first place, right? So let's make sure we're doing evaluations. So my questions then become, how we created a board self-evaluation, and what are we doing for the superintendent evaluation? Is it a punitive thing? Is it an I gotcha thing? Is it I want you to thing? Or is it you're now able to help us see how you're moving our initiatives forward and what support you need from us? That's how it's supposed to be. So great boards, you're going to have to be a team. This is accountability. So this is how I would measure you. A solid team is going to be measured on trust. Can we trust you to do what you say? Can we trust you to do the right work? Can we trust you to come together as a team? Can we trust you to find the barriers and to build bridges around them? I love the community is, education is partnership. Would you say it again? Because I'm not saying
Partners, that the community has to, I believe in partnering in education, that everybody's a partner.
Yeah.
In education.
Yeah, that's a powerful statement. And so if that's true, then
I mean, that's my personal belief.
Yeah.
It's not.
So let's say that without the community being involved, in the education of our children, that's not going to be as effective. That just has to be accurate, right? So what's going to make our community want to be involved? When they can trust us, when they can trust that we're doing the right things moving forward. So trust is huge. And when I say on that, our job is to actually create trust between the community and the district. This community has to be able to say, I believe that this district knows what they're doing in terms of setting my student up for success. And so if that's the case, and we go to the next one, I just say, if our job is to create trust between the district and our community, then you're in. This team right here, you're out there either increasing this community's trust or you are decreasing this community's trust. There's no neutral. And so we want to be very intentional about it, but we're not doing marketing. We're not trying to sell anything. We're trying to increase trust levels because we're doing the right things. So what I would say then is, as a planner, you have to be able to tell me three things: who you are, where you're going, and what you're doing. And if you can't tell me who you are, where you're going, and what you're doing, but you're going to ask me to trust you, I'm just telling you right now, I'm not with you. And so this is where we do also a half-day seminar where we come in. We'll just help the board say this is who we are. Because right now, if I had you all write down who we are as a board, it might not be 6 exact same things, right? But if through a collective voice, it would be. We know who we are. And then if I said to you, where are we going? And some of you are saying, I'm going towards career, I'm going towards college ready, I'm going towards behavioral, I'm going to see. Also, those might be good things, but now there's not clarity, there's not, this is where we're going. You got to have it. And then what we're doing, that's really your portion as superintendent. You need to be able to say, this is where they told us to go, this is how we're going to get there. Now, the whole team, though, has clarity on it. And they might be able to say to you, we don't think that doing it that way is going to really work here. Can you help us understand better, right? So there may be some good dialogue on that, but it becomes something that you guys have built. You've got to do this work. And so where we go from here is we have to come to that place of being able to say, there's going to be a sense of we know who we are and where we're going, and that's in the best interest of students, because we are doing a few things that are compelling to our community. I took these as statements from other districts that I've worked with, but they've said, if we got these things right, we would make a difference. And I just thought these were interesting when I worked with others. One said, if we increase opportunities for all the students, we'll have done something right. That would be compelling. That's what needs to happen in our district. And in their community, that was right, it wasn't limited. And so not all students had access to education. It was up there. I get that. An issue there. They're saying that's on. Ooh, that's it for us. When you look at it, I thought this was interesting too. They said we want to move towards personalized learning. We've done some great things, but we want it to be more specific at the student level, student needs, student interest. And so they were wanting to build some areas of that. Whatever it is, and the last one's expanding beyond the classroom setting, they're saying, hey, we want to give our students more vision as to what they could do, because they're only seeing what their own neighborhoods can do. We want to expand the option. But these guys had an idea of where they were going, and then started working around that, and that's the work of the board. I move it in terms of, again, saying to your students, this is what we're seeking to build. If we set you up for success, how would you see it? And framing that in and building that in with them. Then being able to go to our community and saying we're doing these same things and come up with some ideas that are at the heart of what your community is. And what you're going to be able to do then is to not only ask your students what makes you want to go to school each day, but then you can move to that. Hey, community, what makes you want to send your students to our school district? Here's how you do it. So we always get to roll up our sleeves and do the real work. The real work is you got to have a shared vision around student success. We've talked about that, but it's got to be a now initiative. A now initiative means it's extremely relevant and real. But yeah, I can see that happening. It's going to be moving from one thing to another. So I'm going to ask again if we can just read this. And Superintendent, would you read this first statement?
When board members seek to truly impact their communities, they need to be able to give expression to a now initiative that gives words to what the community already believes and can connect to at a deep level.
If you have that, you're moving in the right direction. If you don't have that, we're not moving. We're just existing, we're doing stuff, right? But when you have that, you're moving to a place, you're moving something. And so have we given expression to what's the most important for this community? And they can say, yes, that's it. You gave me words to what I already know, right? That's deep, that's real, that's gonna impact me. And then when we look at it, again, I'm gonna ask Leslie if you read this. So,
The Now Initiative should be compelling and purposeful in the sense that it describes what is needed to be able to go to the next level. It is a clear statement about moving from one place and moving to another that makes a significant difference and makes us want to be a part of that solution.
and that's why I asked you to read it, because you could tell that I grew in excitement when we talked about community partnerships. They're really, this community is going to want to give themselves to see students be successful. They really are. It's contingent upon us, board, to help them understand what that is. And the superintendent has a tough job because he's got to help bus drivers. He's got to see everybody catch it, know what their part is. I'm not just here getting the kid to school. I'm setting this kid up to be successful on the way to school. It's a whole different route to school, right? And so we've got to be able to build that. And a lot of times we have boards haven't had the opportunity to articulate it, but it comes from knowing your community, knowing the perspective, and going through what we talked about today. And so the way that we build it, it's fun to build actually, is that you just say, okay, let's build a now initiative. Let's collect some words that we believe were some symbolic or representative of the ideas that we've already talked about. And you start putting those words down, and then they come into almost a statement all on their own. It's amazing how well it works. And then what you're able to do is to take that to the community, get their continued input and say, yeah, this is what we're moving. And when you can do that, then what's happened is that you have a call for community leadership. Until you've done this, you're asking the community to agree with you to represent what you're doing. And each one of you said you don't want to represent them. But what we do in our communities is we say, this is who we are, is what we're doing now. But if we really built it in with them and said, we believe that this is important, this is the most important, this is how we're going to get there, that's a whole different conversation to get there. And you can do this. You do it in a retreat setting. You do it through being intentional. You set up some student platforms. You set up some listening and focus groups. But it's not to say, hey, we don't have an idea. It's where you go and say, we believe that it looks like this. It sounds like this. We've given some words to what we already believe is compelling. And now you're taking that and letting it resonate with the community. You don't want to go to the community and say, we don't know what we're doing, tell us. You want to be able to go and say, this is what we believe is significant. We've talked about it as a board, and we really believe if we move these things forward, it's going to go well. And we'd like to hear your input on it.
Yeah, because it's a shared responsibility. Education is a shared responsibility.
When it resonates with me, I want to be responsible.
Exactly.
So if I was to ask you as a board right now, in terms of accountability, and I'd like for you to write down, what do you believe are the one or two most important things that you as a board are doing right now for student success? So if you just write it down, this is what I believe we as a district and the board, because the board gives the direction, but this is the direction the board has set, so that I know that these are the one or two most important things that we're doing for education for our community. What would they be? This is what I believe our compelling initiatives are. We talked in the beginning, we said, can you imagine what a student could achieve if he or she felt fully supported by the community, truly committed to his or her success? This is where you're moving beyond just us caring and making sure the community cares too, and the students understand that. This is where it gets powerful. That's why it's compelling. Anyone want to share? Or do you want me to call you by name again, which is?
I'll share one of mine.
Thank you.
Mine was safety. That's a huge thing, because if I don't feel like my kids are safe at school, then I won't send them to that school. My kids are everything, and I know a lot of parents feel the same way. So we have a safety committee meeting that meets, I believe, once or twice a month. And that we're working on improving our safety around the schools. I'm very proud of that.
That's awesome. I also like what Shelley, you had said about safety before as well. Being a safe space to be able to make a mistake or to talk or be seen to be heard. That was powerful. You put those together, that's compelling. Anyone else?
No question.
Yeah, looking right at it. Anyone else, Shelley?
I said creating an effective support system, to make our students successful. And part of that is we do professional development to support our teachers so that they can better support our students.
Yeah. You gotta have high quality teachers and principals interacting with their kids. Maybe they need to feel like they're in that safe space too, right? Anyone else?
Yeah, a shared vision, because I know, I think that teachers want to feel that they're sharing the same vision with administration and the board, and that that their vision is shared, the importance is really shared. I think that's really important.
Thank you.
I believe we're doing a great job in involving our families and our communities to partner and help our students be successful.
I believe we are doing amazing at getting our facilities back up to par. Because if the roof is leaking, how is the student supposed to sit in there and learn? Or if they don't have Chromebooks or whatever, how are they supposed to learn? So getting our facilities, maintenance, and back up to par is one of my biggest accomplishments.
I'm hearing two main things that I wanted to hear some of your insights as well.
I think we're doing a much better job ensuring that our space is safe and that we align our resources. When I mean align our resources, that's people, that's money, that's every resource that we have to improve student achievement and success.
Yeah, I'm hearing a lot about a supportive learning environment, which is legit, right? And holistic, not just for a student, but that families can feel good about, that students and teachers feel good about. I'm hearing that. I'm also hearing, again, the community and family piece, that our community should be involved in sharing that vision and sharing the success too. So those are two things that have jumped out to me that feel compelling in terms of what's been shared. Now to refine that maybe and to be able to look at it and say, when you think of Banning, do you think of a supportive learning environment for all students? Do you think of a community highly engaged to support students? What are some words or phrases that you want to build so that you can now say, for us to have that supportive learning environment, the most important things we can do right now are 1, 2, 3. To make sure the communities and families feel strong and supported, the most important things we are able to do right now are 1, 2, 3. You've got to come to that place, right? If you're a great board, you've done that work.
Can I just add one more?
Yeah.
I think one of the things that Myra's been really working on this year is communication and making sure that, because the rest of the board has students, as I said here, making sure that all of the schools are on the same page, not on the same page as far as the day goes, but on the same page as far as protocols, practices, communication with parents, having school calendars. I mean, this has been something that we really, and honestly, Myra has really pushed for this, to have that consistency this year and to be able to look on our district and say, oh, this is what we're doing. That communication that's going out, that communication and the procedures and practices are aligned with all of the schools. And that's, it's like who's on first. That's making sure that the community feels that what we're putting out for one, we're putting out for another. And it's not, we want to go to that school because it's run better.
Yeah.
And that's something that you have really worked on as a president this year, and I'm really.
It's so hard to be in education right now that it's okay to celebrate the things we're doing right. It really is, friends. That communicating our successes is something that helps the community have confidence in this district. And so don't feel bad, do it. And if our details aren't in place, get our details in place, because that's important. And I hear that.
Detail oriented.
Yeah. So here's how it works. You got to come up with the 1 to 2 most important things. You have to then say we're going to have evaluations to measure how well we're doing it, right? The board evaluation and the superintendent evaluations. I won't go, take a lot of time on that right now because that's not what today's about. But I just want to say that we'll want to make sure that you build meaningful evaluations based upon the right initiative. And then always see an evaluation as an opportunity to improve and to grow, not to be punitive. Otherwise, people aren't honest about their evaluations. We could all go back to Atlanta 8 years ago when they lied about their results so they could get better evaluations because we had this thing called race to the top and they did get funding and they didn't make it look better than it really was. That's a bad evaluation. So the last thing that we wanted to talk about today is what we call community engagement. Community engagement, wrestling tied to partnerships. And so the most powerful thing that we can do is to expand the things that are going to create that supportive learning environment for students. However, it's complicated. Why haven't most districts done a better job of this? Because this is often what happens. Schools are required to build a supportive learning environment for students. They're required, they have to do that. When we are asked as a school to create a living environment for children, it becomes more complicated. And so what we are being graded on as school districts is our ability to create achievement in education for students. And that's understandable. We've got to educate students. They've got to be academically able to make a difference and to be successful. That's our primary being graded. However, what we're being asked to do in the school district, a lot of it has to do with social actions as well. And so that's a rub. It's just there. And so what I say it this way, schools are supposed to be a supportive learning environment for students. Communities are supposed to be supportive living environments for children. And when the communities see that they can help create a successful living environment for children, for families, for community, when they're building community, that's automatically going to increase the effectiveness of what's going to be able to take place in the classroom. They're not void of each other, they're in a direct ratio to each other. Unless I'm missing something. A child will bring to the classroom what that child's experiencing in her or his community. So we've got to be very mindful of that. So we need to be able to build partnerships that increase the living standards and opportunities for real children. So we as board members, that's something we get to do. We get to go out and help create these partnerships. One of the problems that we've done in the past is we've said, okay, we do need these kind of partnerships. There's agencies, there's these different things. Okay, superintendent, go make it happen. When the superintendent is supposed to be the educational leader of the district, the one that is supposed to be the community driver of the district is the board. We're the community liaisons. So we should be really working together to intentionally increase partnerships. But then we have to say, because we're a board team, hey, if we bring these partnerships on, would that compete for classroom instruction time or would it help? And we should have that conversation with you all the time. That's what we mean by community engagement and community partnerships. So we say we know who we are and we know where we're going, What we're doing is we're trying to increase the effectiveness, not just in the school, that's your job, but in the community, that's ours by talking to you. That's community engagement.
So how do we do that? As if we ourselves don't go out as one, I mean, as one individual, and we are a board, how do we do that to build those community partnerships?
Number one, absolutely. Number one is that you go out as one voice. So you as the board say, here's our compelling initiatives. Here's the 3 things that we're trying to do with you, each one of those 1 or 2 things. Then you look at it and say, well, who are some of the community partners that we could benefit from by having partnerships with?
Boys and Girls Club, we
It could be.
do have that.
It could be the Boys and Girls Club. Sometimes it's big brothers, big sisters. Sometimes it's just increasing parent connections or PTAs. So it can be what your community needs, but what you'll want to make sure is it's tied to this is what we're moving forward. And we're not going to inadvertently compete for classroom instruction time. We're going to bring things that increase classroom instruction time. When the school districts I work with said, we're going to increase volunteers. The superintendent said later, and if you have more volunteers, they have to go through vetted all this ways. We had to make sure teachers actually want them. And so went through, it was much more complicated, but the way it ended up is we're going to increase the amount of paras we give money for. So they did paras instead of volunteers, right? There could be different things, but the goal was to bring a little bit more support into that classroom. It has to end up being a collaborative conversation to find out if it will really work or not. And so the way you do it is having a conversation, looking at it, but knowing who you are and where you're going in the first place. And then you are able to bring the right partners for the right time. Sometimes you need a YMCA, sometimes you need after school programs, sometimes you need to increase preschools or whatever. You know, there's just a lot of different things. You guys get to look at it. I'm suggesting that make sure when it is the community that we as board members are taking a responsibility for that and not just throwing that on the superintendent.
Laura, one of the things that you had mentioned that's happening at Nicolai that you really liked, what was that? Was it during lunch?
Kicks to Learn.
Kicks to Learn. And that's something that we've gone out to the community and hired.
Yeah, it's a vendor.
Yeah.
But it really did help because there was quite a bit of fighting going on during lunchtime. And that was brought to Mr. Davis' attention, and we needed something to give them something to do.
Yeah.
So we brought them for Kicks to Learn, and it's been great ever since.
And if you're in that, if you're having a conversation with the superintendent and it's during a lunchtime, now you're not competing for classroom instruction time. So you're going through those right efforts. I'm suggesting that it will really be important to a board to tie those to our initiatives, because we're creating a safe, supportive learning environment for students. Therefore, why would we not bring this? Why would we not have after school activities that we might be able to use? And oh, by the way, community, not everybody can afford a membership at the Y or Boys and Bricks, so what else could we do here? We need to hear from you what you can do, what would you be willing to do? And then see what the community might bring up, and then you have to be willing to say, but wait a minute, that would be competing for classroom instruction time. We're not asking you to come into school, we're not asking you to do that, but we're open to considering those, and then we'll bring it back to the board. That's the kind of thing. So if you have who you are, where you're going in mind, and it's clear, then you're able to engage the community. If you don't, it'll be damage control. Community engagement is fun. Damage control is not. Damage control comes when you don't know where you're going and everybody thinks they know better than you. That's what I'm saying, you guys. You've got a compelling initiatives that resonates with the community, that makes them want to be a part of it, because you've stated it so well and so consistently, because they won't even hear it until you said it multiple times. They won't believe it until they see you allocating resources to it. They won't. But can you tell it right now? And if we looked at the different things that we wrote down, we have synergy, but I'm not sure you have that articulated initiative yet. You only have 1 or 2 initiatives, that are for right now, that you only have about 3 different things you're trying to accomplish with them, sure those initiatives. So again, if you build it this way, so the end in mind is those initiatives that the community is saying, hey, this is how we believe we can create a supportive environment for children around those things. Right? And so that's another meeting, but this is exciting work of the board. This is what we are, born to do, is to engage the community. Hey, type A's, let's go be type A in a way that works, right? And so if you have, then this is what you get to build. This is the beautiful picture, is that you're now saying to the community, we've heard your concerns, we've given some initiatives. So we're moving from community concerns now to goals for this district. And when we say goals, we mean that the district has alignment to actually create strategies that are going to move things this way. Where there's the barrier, we've asked the community to do certain things that are going to move it that way. So we all can see it. And now on your district websites, instead of just having things like, here's a link to the California grading of our school district or whatever, you're able to say, we took on this initiative, we moved it from here to there, and then you even have something that says that we can take it this much further if. Imagine what a student could achieve a leadership felt fully supported by a community committed to their success. If you were able to do this, if you were willing to do that. Now we're really pulling the community in at a level that they're engaged and not being told what to do. So that's how it works. And then I would just say this, you guys, what we've talked about, it's hard. It's really hard to do it. There's a reason most boards aren't. It's because we just do what we force it done. And so the world's changing so rapidly now that you can't, it doesn't work anymore. That's why I said there's no neutral. If we're not doing the right things, we're going backwards. It's just how it works. And so therefore, if the world's changing around you, quit complaining, quit grumbling, roll up your sleeves and do something about it, because grumbling doesn't work. It's not a good strategy. I like what Jeff Bateson says. And I'm just going to share this with you. A lot of people have built these were things that we had in urban planning 30 years ago. But it's called a cost benefit metrics for change management. So if you're trying to create change, you need to know what it's going to cost you, what the effort's going to be, because you don't want to say, hey, this would be really easy when it's really hard. You want to be ready. If it's hard, you need to know it's hard and that you're planning correctly. So where we want to be is on that very far column that says change, right? That's what the top one, you want to create change. That means you have to have a vision, what we say is shared vision. You have to have the right skills to be able to actually execute what you said you're going to do. You have to have the incentive, which makes yourself want to stay and do it and other people be involved. You want to make sure that you have the resources to be able to finish what you start. You want to have an action plan that describes the next steps, and then you are going to get change. If you don't have all those things in place, don't expect you're going to get change, you're going to get something else. So as soon as one of those factors is in place, urban planning tells you you won't get change, but you'll get something else. So sometimes I look at it and I say, okay, is this board divided? If they're divided, then guess what? They don't have a shared vision. They have a bunch of personal agendas. It's just that simple. But if you look at it and say, hey, this board's creating change, guess what? They have a shared vision. They have all these things in place. If I look at a board and they're all like fearful and they, anxious, and they don't want to go to the meetings and all this, I'm like, I wonder what's missing. Yeah, I know exactly what's missing. They have an idea, but the skills to actually get there aren't in place. So they don't actually have the skill set to build the capacity they're talking about. Yeah, I'd be anxious too, right? And so it just goes down like this. So this is a good chart just to look at. Sometimes say the community's feeling this way. Maybe it's because we haven't done a good enough job of helping them understand their part or why they can trust us.
I have to say that the vision, plus the skills, those are, to me, the huge ones. Those are huge that we have to wrap our head around, right? Just from my own personal standpoint. Building those and looking at those and saying what resources do we have that are working, what resources do we have that are not working for us, because time is of the essence, and making sure that we understand what's necessary. Then to me, incentive comes automatically. After you know that you have the vision and the skills, you're incentivized to do something, and you have that plan.
You have to be very intentional about this. Most of us are not intentional. We haven't had a chance to do it as a board. Why? Because we have superintendents that rotate and board members that rotate. And so you have to be extremely intentional to do this well. That's just the fact. That's why we're having this retreat today, to be able to hone in on really what we need to do to be a great board. That's what it was about. And so this is a framework for you to look at and sound where we're at and what can we do to increase our effectiveness. Are we good with that? You feel good about the meeting so far today? Are you thinking, what in the world did I give 6 hours of this thing for? And then I'm going to just conclude with this. The amazing Galen is the coach of Duke, professional basketball player, an amazing human being, African-American woman. And she has a short recording that I'm about to play for you on how she believes change can really take place. And I think it would encourage us just to hear it. Has anyone heard this?
No, let me just make sure.
Yes. Yeah, am I hearing it? Following it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's where the not smart part of the smart TV comes in.
I love it. Try again.
I was talking with Shay a couple days ago, and one of the things we talked about was how we all wait in life for things to get easier. Think in your own life, if you waited for something to get easier, oh, I just gotta get through this and then it'll be easy. I just gotta get through preseason and then it'll be okay. I just gotta get through my junior year of high school and then the classes are gonna get easier. Or I just gotta get to my spring and my senior year of college, it's gonna be easier. It's what we do, we wait for stuff to get easier. It will never get easier. What happens is you handle hard better. That's what happens. Most people think that it's going to get easier. Life is going to get easier. Basketball is going to get easier. School is going to get easier. It never gets easier. What happens is you become someone that handles hard stuff better. So that's a mental shift that has to occur in each of your brains. It has to. Because if you go around waiting for stuff to get easier in life, it's never going to happen. And then what happens? Oh, it's so hard. Oh, I can't do it. Oh, I don't know when is it going to be easy for me? Oh, it's easy for other people. It's not. It's hard. And the second we see you handling stuff, handling hard better, what are we going to do? We're going to make it hard. We're going to make it hard. Because we're preparing for you for when you leave here. Not just basketball and life. And if you think life, when you leave college, is going to all of a sudden get easy because you graduated and you got a new degree, it's not going to get easier. It's going to get harder. So make yourself a person that handles hard well. Not someone that's waiting for the easy. Because if you have a meaningful pursuit in life, it will never be easy. If you're trying to win a championship, if you're trying to have a family, ask your parents. Do you think it was ever easy for them to raise kids? Karen, is it easy? It's not. Any meaningful pursuit in life, if you want to be successful at it, it goes to the people that handle hard well. Those are the people that get the stuff they want. People that wait around for easy, you probably see them at the bus stop. They're waiting for easy, the easy bus to come around. Easy bus never comes around. Got to handle hard. Okay, so don't get discouraged through this time. If it's hard, don't get discouraged. It's supposed to be. And don't wait for it to be easy. Oh, I just got to get through the summer. And then it'll all of a sudden get easy in the fall. No, it won't. It won't get easy in the fall. So make yourself someone that handles hard well. And then whatever comes at you, you're going to be great. You're going to be great, okay?
Can you email that to us? I need my grandson needs that.
Can I suggest to you that what she just did is compelling? She's sharing something that's so true. We all know that what she said is true. And she's giving a voice to it and said, now do you want to do hard? And every one of us deep inside, we're not going to do hard, we want other people to see it because we want them to join. Our initiatives right here, they need to be so right that we just want to do the hard stuff to get this down. We want to overcome our personal agendas to build a collective amazing agenda We want to do one, two things that are so important that our kids are going to feel safe, and teachers are going to feel safe, our people are going to want to come to our schools. They're not going to feel like we have to go to another school because it's not good enough. That's what you're really building in, and it just isn't going to come. It's not going to happen. It's going to be because you've intentionally taken the time to make this happen, and then guess what? You get to stay the course to make sure.
Which doesn't get easier.
No, I wish it did. I think she's right. I really do. But staying the course, you guys, if you can identify the two most important things that your district can do, and then come up with what that looks like, if you can stay that course, you will make that difference. And that's how it works. But it won't. I'm trying to be true. It won't be easy because we've done it. And most boards at this point are spending a lot of their energy with people who are taking us sideways. And that's exhausting. It's not incentivized. So in my conclusion today, I just wanted to share it with you, and this will all be sent to you. But these are the 7 things, according to NSBA and others, that will say are the most effective things for boards to do. And it's all the stuff we've talked about today. And this is just, there's some look fors in here so that you know when you're doing them right. But I just want to make sure that I sent that to you. It's a good tool for you to look at. But these are the most important activities for boards, and it's down in the weeds a little bit in terms of you better be doing these things. Otherwise, you're going to need to learn how to do these things. Then the last thing that I want to do is say that the 4 things that we talked about that you have to get right to create momentum, there's steps within each one of them. I'm going to send this to you because you can look at it and say, hey, these are the steps that we're working on. And whether you, Terrence, whether or not you or this district ever uses, I think I'm going myself again, you'll at least know that when we get these things, we're moving in the right direction. There may be better ways for you to move these things forward. That's fine, but I can tell you that Dave's going to say you need to be doing these things in each one of these categories. And so I'm sending that out to you as well. And that is my conclusion of this day. And also want to make sure if there's anything that I can leave with today, it's my heartfelt thank you, because I got off the board and I'm off the board. Did you know there's Monday Night Football? So 18 years old, 18 years on the board, and we had our meetings on Mondays, the first and third Monday of every month. And then we created what's called a community engagement leadership team. I can't wait to tell you more about that in the future. But we involved the community, and guess what? We got second and fourth Mondays. So on Mondays, every Monday, my life for years. And then when I got off the board, I thought, oh my gosh, Monday Night Football, this is what real people do. But
This is what real people do.
well, you guys are paying a price to be on this board. You really are. And I'm telling you, thank you so much for doing it. I had no idea how much I was carrying until I got off the board. It's a lot of work, and you're doing it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I hand it back to you, Board President.
So item 3, adjournment. Do I have a motion to adjourn?
I move.
I said that.
I have a motion from Clerk Ruiz and a second from Trustee Andiamo to adjourn this meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those opposed say nay.
I want to just go. No, I'm
I
kidding.
know.
Do it all again.
Hearing none, the meeting is adjourned at 2:06 p.m.
All right. Woo-hoo.
Yeah.